720. It should be 1080, but how is the frame rate and all that? I swapped over to a CPU encoder because my GPU is the thing that really seems to struggle. My CPU is usually just sitting there not doing a hell of a lot, so that might help a bit. Can you read code? Excellent. Okay, that's all that matters. And I don't really care about the delay at this point. So where was I? Um, I was fixing some shadow stuff. So this was my test spaceship for shadows. So just landed test spaceship. I'm sure I'll need it again. Didn't really find any improvements in the shadows, but no biggie. Let's I wanted to actually make this thing different every single time. Right now the seed is the same every time for the planet, so it's always the same. So I want to randomize that seed. So Unity random dot seed. I can say, I guess, will be datetime dot now or etc now dot milliseconds. Yeah, and then feed the same seed into this planet generation system. Output it so I know it's legit. I'm gonna make a game script because I'm gonna need one for sure. So I might as well get that out of the way now. Because I want the game script to do the random seed generation. It doesn't belong in some other place. So, game script. On there. Game kind of up here. So these old things can just disappear. Let's keep this scene a bit cleaner. I had some other stuff. I wanted to know why my atmosphere didn't seem to be working that great. I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, you can still see the stars a little bit, but that's okay. It's a small planet. It's kind of a crappy effect. It's very low poly, but I kind of like that. It suits the aesthetic. A ship. Should draw a ship. And now I should have a random seed each time. Oh yeah, random seeding was going to go onto. This should happen in my game. So I will do the seed logging elsewhere. It keeps wanting to rename my everything in my everything. In my why does it want to name everything planet? Oh, I must have typed out a mistake. There we go. That's better. So now when that runs in awake, then the planet generator should use the random seed and log it. So planet generator, call this planet, first planet, use the Unity seed, and should be different every time. That looks remarkably similar. That ain't different. Oh, I know what's happening. This genius who put this bloody planet generation thing together they made custom editors for all of their scripts, even though there's almost literally no point. Like, there's nothing special going on here. They did it just to use these ranges because they didn't realize you could do. I guess they didn't realize you could do a range attribute like this, and so they did this bloody thing here. And however they've done this, it doesn't serialize. They've forgotten like something super obvious. Like, you have to actually serialize your. It doesn't actually save any of those changes you make. So I'm kind of tempted to just. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. I'm going to. And I do have some special stuff here. I'm gonna just fix their code for them. So that's Unity on inspector GUI serialize. It's like a step you have to take. And I always forget it because I don't do these very often. It's like something dirty or set dirty or something like that. Yeah, see, I think maybe this is because this stuff's old. You should be using what's it called? Serialized objects. These dudes. So this serialized object should come for free if it's an editor, and then at the end you do this. Yeah, this is what the guy's missing. Then he's not making changes to the serialized object. Serialized object. This is how he's doing it. Ugh. You know what? I'm just gonna scrap their editor. There's no reason for this to have a custom editor at all. Except for I put something in, like, okay, it does not need it. I'm not gonna nuke it, I'll just take out the methods. There's no reason for that. Planet. That's better, isn't it? Random planet, please. That's better. Random planet. So there's tons of stuff I'm going to play with later on for random planets, stick them looking different. Some shadows there aren't great. This is using vertex lighting. I don't think they're generating the normals very well. Because they're making this mesh. Yeah, the normal calculation looks really messy. Like, that shouldn't be happening here. So again, I don't want to rewrite their entire code. I got it for a reason. But the planet generator, whatever they're doing for normals, I think it's a little bit amateur hour potentially. What are they even using this? Get normals equals mesh normals. Get mesh info. I think the guy needs to. So it's starting out right. He hasn't pushed it. Okay, I know what's happening. This starts out as a sphere, highly tessellated sphere. So if I stop play mode and I turn on wireframe shaded. It starts out as this tessellated sphere, which he's then pushing out by distances, but then not recalculating the normals from the looks of it. So you get these really badly lit areas. So I think that's an automatic method, actually. I think that's pretty straightforward. Unity, mesh, calculate normals. So I think it's something you just call, I believe. Recalculate normals on the mesh. Yeah. They just missed that step out. So when they, unless I just missed it, they made them recalculate. Oh yeah, here we go, recalculate normals. And are they doing it at the right spot? On visualize. It's a strange name. So they do visualize It's a collider. No, that's okay. They generate the heights. This is where some Perlin noise. Yeah, Perlin noise is coming in with some simplex as well. So using simplex or Perlin noise. And this is a really simple. I like it though. The code's simple. I can actually explain this to my students if it comes to it. There's not a huge amount going here, so I'd rather it's not like some amazing, like, dots-driven, threaded thing. It's just something that's pretty straightforward. Like anybody can sit down and probably make this an afternoon with a tutorial. So, but they're generate heights, they're visualize. This is what actually. So this is taking the vertexes, their local store of vertexes here, and it's got some different sections depending whether it's cliff or not, or what kind of ground it is. Right, I see. So this is like they have thresholds here, so they have like it's flat ground, or it's a cliff side, or it's a plateau, or it's underwater, or it's a water line. Yeah, it seems what's going on. And they're taking different things different values based on that, and then they do recalculate normals, so that doesn't seem to be working. Or recalculate normals isn't as straightforward as I thought. Does not generate tangents automatically. Well, what do you need tangents for? That will be for different particular shaders that need tangent space, I suppose. Which I won't be using. So why am I getting horrible lighting if they are calculating? They're recalculating normals, so basic colorization. This is good because it's simple. I can add to it if I want to. Maybe it's my lighting settings. Maybe my light is a dumb light. I'll make this. It should be per pixel. Is my lighting set to be vertex? I mean, it's faceted, so. UV vertex lighting. Is it using a custom shader, I guess, is the question. Is the planet using shader? Given the simplicity of everything else, I would be surprised. It's got planet map, which is using a custom shader. So is the custom shader a little bit poop? Oh god, cheater code. Looks like it's just a straight up diffuse shader. There's nothing fancy here at all. This is where the per pixel lighting would come in. Right? Looks pretty standard to me. I think they've just copied and pasted the old shader. Okay, this is extra polish that can come later. I got plenty more I can be doing right now. Let's just let it be a bit rubbish for now. Could be worse. Could be better. Whoop. And both. So, I get out my ship, I can have a little wander. Back in my ship, take off. Great. Let's get VR controls working again. Start working on those little thruster controls. I think my my controls for my spaceship were inverting the forward and backwards when I'm in VR. Vertical seems to be inverted. So I'm gonna invert that. Wait, nope, so that's the rotation. That should be inverted. This one. Yeah, because I remember the vertical axis is actually negative than what you'd expect it to be. I think they both are, to be honest. It's like the thumbstick controls that come back and quest controllers are kind of weird. You push forward and it goes negative and backwards positives. I think it's unexpected at least. Right. Let's get link up and going in. Oh, surprise, surprise, it lost its guardian. That's got to wear this thing. My silicon strap hadn't turned up. It's been like 2 months. He emailed me, said, your phone number is wrong. I'm like, no it isn't. That's my phone number. And I get to start the whole process again. Bloody hell. Okay, feels good. I like the cockpit so far. Flying forward. Yep. Backwards. Yep. Right. Now, for going up, let me just land this thing and see if the sky goes sufficiently blue. Oof. It's blue over there. No, it's blue over there. I guess, I don't know. It'll do. So, yeah, I want to jump the gun a bit, and I'm going to put a view of my ship from the outside on the screen in front of me. Because that's kind of, I want landing to work with that, so I'm going to add to my to-do list. Third person view of ship on screen. Now, this will be great for the students because they get to learn render textures. So let me set that up. I can have it so it keeps spinning. I can have it so you can control it with, I don't know, a button or something so you can move that thing around. I'll have it probably with a static view. So I'm going to literally place myself where I want my camera. So this is what I want to be able to see. Like this angle here. So I'll place a new camera on the ship. And we'll call this the third person. We'll call it landing cam. And maybe they have to switch it on with a button or something, or maybe it happens automatically when they're nearly on the ground. We'll see. So landing camera, I'm going to position boop, right there. And it's probably going to be running, so I'll be rendering this to a render texture. Let's make the render texture first of all. Close some of this stuff. So we're going to need some textures here. I'm actually going to make a render textures folder because they never really belong with normal textures, and I think I might be using a few of them in this project. Render texture. So I reckon probably 512, 512. I do want it to be a little bit gritty. If I have time, I'd love to do throw some screen effects on it, statics and stuff. I think I have some shaders kicking around that would work for that. Viewers. I could just turn the stream to be public on my channel, and my massive 49 subscribers will be just piling on. Unlikely. Well, there's this one kid who tunes in all the time. He absolutely loves it. So give me a sec, guys. My videos. My streaming. How do I change this? The next thing is third person view of ship on screen. Then I'm going to add, you can't have individual thruster controls without particles. So the particles have to come first. So thruster, particles, and then individual thruster control. And once those are done, probably a quick sound pass, because we gotta have some sounds. How the fuck are you gonna go? Live. It is live. Options. Visibility. Oh, it is public. Okay, scrap a lot. Who cares? Render camera. Render camera. Okay. So there's my view. 512, 512. Although it's got to kind of fit the screen, so you guys can't see this, but I'm actually going to use a ruler to work out my work out the rough ratio of a screen. But not to be perfect. So we got about 5.5 inches by 3.5 inches. Which gives me a ratio, width to height ratio, about 1.57. So if I'm going to go with 512 on the width, then I want to divide that by that, and have 325 on the vertical. Okay, ruler away. Now I will be calling this my third person ship camera target. And that's what my landing camera is going to be rendering to. Render target there. And now we make a texture in the cockpit. Just whack a quad on it. Although this is a really curved display, so I would like to curve that. Now, I'm rubbish at Blender, like really bad, or yeah, so I can't knock that out quickly. So I'm gonna have to make it flat for now, and I'll come back to it when I have more Blender knowledge. So I want to use these curved displays on the side too. I think it's gonna look nice. So primary equals center screen. That's going to be running a material. It's going to be using this texture. So it's going to be a lit material. It's going to be well lit night. Screen. I guess it has to be specific to that, to center screen. That's going to be my third person. Oh, actually, you know, we could change up what's on the center screen. Actually, we will be changing up what's on the center screen. So right now the center screen is going to be default wired to that render target, but it could be something else. And I want this to be an unlit texture. Sure, unlit texture. Actually, let's go with emissive. Let's make this a standard and just hit it with the same material for emissive, because then we can do some bloom on it, which would be kind of nice. Where is that screen quad? So baby. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. Here's another tip: pretend you're the screen, look at the player, make the quad face that way, and it gives you a rough starting point. So that's probably flip to 180. Yep. And I always prefer these controls, but I have to make sure I use the same. Oh god, I have to make sure I use the same ratio roughly. It's so curved, I have to move it really far forward. I don't like it. I wonder if there's like an asset on the asset store that does this shit from like a curved. I think I actually have something I bought for a piece of doing some VR UI. I think I had a curved, yeah, this curved UI thing in it, which is going to be able to make curves somehow. It's totally overkill for what it's doing, but if I can find the little script that they use to make the curved stuff and pluck it out of there, like if I don't need almost any of this, Oh, I can just delete it. I know I'll never come back to this if I... So curve displays. I have a terrible habit of making to-do lists and then not doing anything on the to-do list. Do tons of stuff that's off the to-do list and then have a to-do list that's never had it checked off it. So add every little thing you're about to do, and you can tick things off and feel good about yourself. I'm going to be messing about with this for a while, so I'm going to turn my link off. A lot of this I can test without VR. I'll probably want to do the controls with VR. Well, but I could totally just use 4 keys on the keyboard and I could totally claw at it. Another pro tip, you ever start a project and you know you're going to be targeting quests, do yourself a favor, make it Android at the very beginning. Saves you like an hour later down the line. So everything that's imported, it will be imported for Android. Okay, curved UI. What does it got? Also, I need to make sure I frequently commit, because my commit messages were getting insane yesterday. I had a commit message and it was like, woof. Need to commit after everything, so see the screens first, I'll commit them. So this comes with some demo scenes, so let's find a super simple one. Just don't need to do anything, I just want to display something. This looks... Where's the UI for this? Canvas. Okay, so this is the canvas. Anything fancy on it? Curved UI settings. Where is it mapping it to? This is the panel, I'm assuming. Nope. That's just some background. Oh. That's a curved background. How do they make the curved background? Can I just steal the curved background? Curved. Here we go. Curved UI vertex effect? Is this thing just using a shader to curve it? No, it's not a shader, but I hate when people do this. Dude, I can handle seeing some code. Okay. There's no settings, so how's it? What am I even looking at? Panel. Ah! No. Current noise position. What do they mean by that? I just want to know what this curvy thing. It's this background thing. Let's do these things. Curved UI settings. Right, there's our puppy. It's a canvas. I don't want a canvas. I want... This canvas has just got... Alright, no, canvas works. That'd be kind of cool, because that's going to make it really easy to do heads-up display stuff. So I will shamelessly steal just this simple canvas over to my scene. And that's the wrong... Oh no. Was my sheet? Oh, was I making all my changes inside? I wasn't I? My simple planet generator. Yep, that was dumb. So that's actually going to be called main. We'll do that for now. That's my main scene. There's nothing in here. This is my main scene. Work from that, dude. Don't say that. Right, where's my ship? Whoosh. Let's get in there. Paste. Background canvas on the spaceship. Center screen, we'll center on the center screen. Shrink it down a touch, just a touch. I'll use my usual trick. get into the ballpark with that scaling, and then go with the rest of it with the width. That doesn't seem to be... Oh, I need to bring in... Oh, okay, I use a curved UI system instead of a... Can't remove this. What was depending on? Can't use this because... Oh, this is already in here. Did that work or not? Make up your mind. Let me look at the other scene. Mainframe, Visor. So they had an event system that had just the curved UI event system. Let's copy this event system. And use that instead. Because this one's messed up. Yeah. We'll put curves, just in case I run into problems later. It might not work with non-curved stuff. So let's get this massive canvas thing. So it's panel, kind of what's rendering. So this is going to be a raw image that takes a texture from my third-person camera. First, I'm going to just scale this in, so it's kind of about right. And make it curve, for God's sake. I came here for curves, and now I'm left with flat then. Dude, what's happened here? Why is it so flat? Oh. It's underneath the center screen, which is all messed up because it buggered up all my scales. The Z scale is all wonky. Here we go. So let's bring this down even more to like 10. And now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. We can get rid of this other thing. Now let's make this fit. We'll eyeball it. It's the center screen. Canvas. Make it bigger. Seems to be maintaining an aspect ratio. That could be a problem. Want to butt it up against the screen. It tilts forward a bit too, but we can handle that in a second. Do now. Even, easy. If it doesn't fit perfectly, then it doesn't fit perfectly. Angle. Now, can I make it wider without making it taller? Doesn't seem to want to let me. Canvas shape. Ah, preserve aspect. There we go. Still not helping me here. Control method. Okay, we'll come back to control method when if we need it. This aspect ratio doesn't seem to do anything. That's kind of what I wanted before. Okay. I think the combination of these is going to help me. Yeah, same combination. Hopefully that's in there. Nope, still wants aspect ratio. Turned you off, dude. Show advanced settings. It's trying kind of not to preserve the aspect ratio, but not doing a very good job of it. Do I scale it? What do you think? It's really wide? It's like... That's definitely trying to preserve aspect ratio. Boo. It could be just the curvature. I mean, if I was better at Blender, I'd just slice the screens out and replace them with these. Can I have a Blender person, please? Just need to rip out some stuff. I'll have to learn some Blender later today. Okay, so this will just be fine placeholder for now. That'll be fine for a placeholder. This I want to render on that the video feed, I guess. Video feed. In fact, I can just hide and show these elements. This will be a third person. We'll call this the video feed. The camera feed. Wherever that camera might be. In this case, it's going to be a... Is that a raw image? No, it's still a panel. I'm going to make a new one. UI raw image. Oh, you know what it was, I think? It wasn't aspect ratio that was the problem at all. It was just my actual raw image was messed up. Yep, that's right. Oops. So that's totally fine now. Let's give it something. So this can be the third. There we go. It's a texture. And this should update. Oh, thanks for offering me. I really should get off my ass though and like get some Blender skills. This is gonna look pretty good though. Right? That. It's not gonna be perfect. There's gonna be a little bit left over, but it's curved and it fits. It's in front enough that you can't tell. So I probably don't want this on the front screen. Now I've just done this. Either way, I'm making more screens. So let's see the other, while I'm here, let's see the other screens. So the left screen. I probably want this on like the left screen, so you can kind of like peek out the side and like look down while you'll have this. You can still see this. And I'm gonna have to fuck with the camera resolution a bit too. Like I'm using the same trick. I'm gonna get right in the middle of the screen, or feel like the middle of the screen, and turn around, it's tilted and everything. Face the player, position it. Should give it a good. It's flipped. Yeah, that rotation was a bit of a poor guess, but the position's not bad. So I think it's. I should be able to just invert this when I get to the other side of the ship. Again, I should make this raw image just scale the whole thing. Which I thought it was doing. Clearly, it's doing some weird. Okay, yeah, that's the fucking curve thing. Oh, this is a mission. All right, curvature looks all right. Let's move back in there. Tilt it back. This one's rotated slightly this way too. Fun. See, never be easy, can it? Oh man, it's gonna be definitely. I don't think it's even square. Luckily, I can intersect with the frame, the bezel a little bit. Because in bezels, in the space, no one cares about bezels. Yeah, it's not actually a square screen, but I'll make it just bigger than the bezel, and then swing out a touch. That's as good as I think I'm gonna get it. Yeah, it's hanging off the edge a little bit, but you know, good enough for government work. You're gonna be able to totally see behind it as you move your head around, but that'll do. Okay, so is there any way I can invert this? It'd be so nice if I could just mirror this thing. I want to try just rotating it 90 degrees. Like this. 30, 60, 90. World space. Shimmy it over. Hope for the fucking best. But we can't have nice things, so. This is riveting to watch, I can tell. I mean, I tuned in for this. Someone fumbling around with a quad. Curved quad, at least. It's fancy. This is too wide. I don't think the screen's as big as the other one. That makes so much sense. Maybe it's not even as curved. I don't know what it must be. It'll do. So, you should see the same thing on all three screens now. We'll see how terrible it looks in VR. Well, actually, I don't want to test VR right now, so I'm going to take my XR rig and bring it up. Just to test my screens work. Okay, they're not updated. No, they are updated. Alright, so I'm going to put it on the main screen. I'm going to try to do something super hacky. I'm going to put, so I do want to be able to see forward a bit, but like I imagine most spaceships in the future, you're going to see that it probably needs a roof, this spaceship, but I don't know, I'll get to that. But I imagine that if I find the camera, make a new camera, the right screen. Let me commit some of this stuff first. Oops. Added curved screens for external camera views and lights. I also added fixed random planets seeds and probably some other junk. That doesn't really matter. I'll have to do all this all over again in lesson tomorrow. So I'm going to put another, oh, it's bugging me that we can see the blue through there, but such is life. I could go into the texture and just paint those blue parts black if I'm really annoyed by it. That would at least hide a little bit of it. But what I was trying to do here is I'm going to put another camera, like the landing camera, but center it and put it right at the front tip of the ship. Basically, right behind the screen, because it's going to be rendering through the screen. So I've got to make sure that they're getting clipping issues. It's got to be vertically centered on the screen, pretty much. So we have this slightly sketchy view of exactly what's in the middle of the screen. Doesn't seem to be. The ship's a bit asymmetrical. It's janky. It's fine. So this one's going to render to the front ship camera. Going to keep the same resolution. Now I've just broken something by renaming the wrong thing. I don't have center screen is fully connected to the wrong thing. There it is. Well, it doesn't matter. No, center screen I do want to be connected to this. The left screen and right screen. I'll set those out quick. They are the raw image. The left screen will be. Actually, no, I was going to make those materials straight up. They don't need to be materials anymore. None of these need to be materials anymore. No need. They're just raw images. So I don't have a raw image for this one. Yeah, that's what the center front feed looks like. But for the left screen, I want to put the third-person camera on there. And that didn't work at all. Is that because of my settings are probably messed up for clearing stuff? How is that? Oh, it's completely see-through. Third-person ship camera target. Third-person ship camera target, 512 by something something. My landing camera is point. Oh, my landing camera got. Fuck, I messed everything up. Third-person camera there. This will be the ship front view camera. That's going to that. That's better. Oof, that looks bad. So bad. I'll put on my to-do list. Curve displays fixed. Well, they're done. First of all, fix them. Fix them later. When it starts to bug me enough. Okay, is this gonna be flyable now? With that view there and that. I'm gonna whack VR back on a bit. Guardian, of course it's gone. Plus side is it's not a room experience, and I have a tiny room to work with. This is good. Just sit down the whole time. Nice. So I need to change XR. The spaceship needs to be on VR controls. My XR rig needs to go down by -1. Just annoying, but there we are. Get my Oculus Link. Give her a spin. To wear everything. Oh. Okay. It looks alright. The lighting again looks terrible on the planet. The third person camera is kind of you can notice how janky everything is so easily. But this is kind of cool. I do need to make these controls a little bit more sensitive. I'm not even sure the left and right one does. Uh-oh, I landed on a hill. Oh, there it is. Okay, I need to get up again. I think forward. Tilt down. That landing camera is pretty good. And it'll make the thrusters nice and... That wasn't bad. Screens look terrible, but the resolution's decent. It looks like I'm looking out the front of my screen. Except there's no depth. That's kind of cool, actually, because I can see depth everywhere else because of the VR headset. But then I look at the screen and it's flat. I feel like I'm actually playing a computer game inside a computer game. That's a nice touch, actually. I will have to figure out the size of this cockpit at some point, because I want to be able to smash it with stuff. Good. Alright. That checks off third person view of the ship on screen. Next will be thruster controls, but first particles, and then thruster controls, individual ones. Do a bit of tweaking so it's harder to land. And I'm gonna have a quick cigarette and use the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. Try to come up with a name for this project while I'm doing that. Particles, yay! Those are fun. Now, don't really plan on teaching particles as part of this. So for now, I'm going to grab something off the asset storage, freebie. Just go to freebie. And then I can just break it apart and rebuild it if I want to teach it. So I guess I want like a thruster effect. There's probably some free ones out there I can use for now. I'll go to the free button. Oh, I mean there's no free ones. Thruster. Any free ones? I was so close to buying this thing. It's beautiful. This Space Graphics Toolkit. I'm tempted. If I want to show this thing off at a demo day or something, I'll probably grab this and make it look really sexy. Okay, particle. It's fine. Just give me in a bundle somewhere. Sci-fi effects. Let's go with some free ones. Plenty to choose from. Just some nice little thrusters. The asset store search engine is terrible, by the way. So bad. It doesn't search inside the descriptions or anything. It's not good. The tags or anything like that. I take it back, the whole asset store website's terrible. It keeps bringing up the same pop-ups every page. I need more specific particle. Sci-fi. Sci-fi. No. Space particle. No, I have a million particle things I already own. I should just look at the ones I own. In my however many millions of assets I've got. 393, okay. Particle. Plenty to choose from. Magic effects, particle playgrounds for making a fireball. I mean, this. Some of these are okay. These are kind of nice. I mean, they're kind of low poly too, which I like to look at. Let me check this one out. I mean, that looks okay already for a start. I could definitely modify it. This one was free too, so I don't feel bad using it. Effect textures and prefabs. Let's see what we got. Pop that third party. Let's check out the scene. Blue guy. No. Prefabs. Fire. Let's pop this into the main scene. Look. So a lot of fire. There's two fires. Put them on the spaceship. Size might be bad. Fire. Really tiny. So let's pop it on roughly on a thruster. have it inside the thruster so it comes out a bit chunkier. Okay, preview multiple ones. It's going up again. Does it not care about the rotation? Nope, it doesn't. Alright. Mission. Simulation space world. Yes. Can you not rotate these things? Shit. Rotation. X 180. That didn't help. Should balance. Shape 180. Maybe its X is in a different X. No? This rotation doesn't seem to do anything. It's a shame. How do I rotate this? Rotation. Interesting. So maybe I rotate particle systems. At least this one, huh? Let's try 180. Huh. Work with me here. Try it in local space. I do want it in world space though. Start 3D rotation. Now try it. Oh, why you do this to me? They made me Google or something. This is the old particle system, the Shuriken particle system. Unity Shuriken particle system. Rotate. Go to your particle billboard. Oh, it's the renderer. Let's see, it's probably in world alignment. Renderer. View alignment, no thanks. World. Oh, I'm making this difficult. What else I could change? Billboard, local. World. That should work. Try now using this rotation. God damn. It's on. Do any of these things change anything? Any of these settings doing anything? Good, something does something. There's script running on this. Like a normal particle system. That works. Simulation space, local, scaling, local. Okay, rotate these ones. That's coming out as a cone. Same as this. It's coming out as a sphere. Ah! So it means it's using some other way of moving them upwards. So I want it to be a cone. But it's using some other way. It's pulling it upwards. Probably with some kind of speed. It is using a negative gravity. Could be doing it. Having an take out the gravity. So it needs some speed. Start speed 1. Start speed 10. There we go. So they were just using a funky way of moving these. So I'm gonna have to get clever. Scaling up is gonna be a good start. Scale this whole thing. Oh, shutting off from scratch. This is gonna need a lot of finessing. Align to direction. Scale by direction, size. Okay, I'm starting to think it might be better just to get a. Let's try fire D. All the fire ones in. Okay, I think the Shuriken particle system is not that great because it doesn't take scale into account very well. Now, maybe the scale of this thing itself. Maybe unscale this. Scale this object. Let's take all three of these, scale them up. Not show the bounds, let's not show the gizmos. Don't want particle outlines on. There's a way to turn that off. I don't know where it is. Smoke's still not working. That's also a sphere, and it's also using gravity situation. Let me just try turning gravity to negative. And use the sphere again. With negative gravity. Just lots of gravity. There was a negative gravity before. let me revert this whole particle system. And then that's using sphere, and let's try to make them positive on all these. And if I scale that up, we'll scale this over. Kind of. I'm getting there. I think you need to massively scale this thing. So it's awesome. Can't scale them all. We'll do it individually. It's just going to scale the size of it, so I'm going to need more speed. Of course, it's not using speed. It's using gravity for everything, so let's put some more gravity on it. Getting there. Looks okay. I'm worried that because it's gravity, it's as soon as if my ship goes upside down, it's going to look terrible. So let me try rotating the ship. That's going to be happening. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Local gravity is not the way to do this thing. So gravity, none. Speed instead, 1. Not using a sphere. I'm just gonna have to modify the fuck out of this cone. Don't really want much other angle. More speed. Just do the same with the others. I scale this up to 35. And the differences are, this is a local. Using speed. Oh, it's using sphere. So I want cone. Basically the same-ish. Something about this is still not local. Right, it's not using speed, it's using... Oh yeah, I don't want gravity at all, I want just speed. Get rid of gravity. Speed's 2. The particles are pretty tiny, but these are, oh, those are little sparks. Smoke, no gravity, start speed 2, emission, start shape, cone, scale it up to 35. I guess this could be used to demonstrate like damage too. How mess up how much smoke you got. Okay, this is kind of no longer their prefab. This is my prefab now. So we'll call this the thruster particles. Make my own prefab. And then pop some more in. Duplicate, do a negative on the X, look for the best. Nice. And I want to definitely name these. So this will be back, rear, left, thruster, front, thruster, right, thruster, rear, right, straight. Want them playing by default. Let's put my spaceship flat again. See how that looks. Looks okay for now. Just gonna make sure it's rendering on the screen as well. Should do. Yeah. Now I want to be able to scale based on, so this is going to be ship controls, I guess. Spaceship controls. Oof. So I'm going to go with thrust amount. I think I'm going to go with the triggers and the grips. Triggers are forward, grips are rear. So let me grab those names. Left trigger, right, left trigger, that will be the axis. So bar, front, left, thrust, amount. Let's get axis. I'm not using any new input system stuff because it's a nightmare. And I think it's supposed to do that. So back, rear, left, and rear, right would be the left whip, and right whip. Now, you have to add forces at those points to the ship. So I'm gonna need, well, the thruster points should be fine. They're a little bit inside the ship. This should still be fine for adding the force there. So I need to add the force in the up direction, negative. So let's just do one of them first. So rigid body. So I'll add force at position. Force will be the magnitude. Well, no, that's okay. That's just gonna be. So this will be. This takes the position and the. Yeah. Okay. So the force will be the ship's negative up direction times the thruster force times the front left thrust amount. That will be coming from the front left thruster dot transform position. This would be a particle system. This would be float. Starting point value. This up. Float. Nifty. I'm gonna make a method of this, apply thruster force, and it's gonna take the front left thruster amount, and the position will be front left thruster. Actually, no, this will also apply, make the changes to particle system. So it'll have this guy in it. What's the best way to visualize these thrusters? It's the best one, so let's go with this guy. It's the best number here, so just emission rate, speed into it. That might be enough. Yeah, speed should be easy. So we need to get the main module. I'll just do a load. So update the amount of thruster particles. So that's going to be my this would be the amount, or percent actually. This could be negative too, and I want to prevent that. Oh no, it's not. It's a trigger grip, so it's always going to be. So what's percentage? Percent. And this will be the thruster. Percent. Always complains of it. Fine. It's doing 2 vector multiplications otherwise, which is slightly slower than doing a float and then a vector. I hear you, Ryder, I hear you. Okay, so we're going to have the thruster dot. It's a little bit tricky sometimes to get. It probably isn't for. No, we're going to have to get. This is work again. It's a module. Called modules get. That's what happens when Unity integrates a completely different. These modules here. I can't remember how you get the module. Oh, I think you just do dot, and then it's one of these modules. Like the main module, that's it. Main module is the one that has speed. Start speed. Now, unfortunately, wants a curve. Is that the multiplier that I was looking at? See if it's a constant, that should be. Oh yeah, that's probably it. Start speed multiplier equals alert between min thruster particle speed max particle thruster speed and the percentage should be it. Now these, oh fuck, I forgot about this. Main, you can't override it. It's frustrating. It's what's it called? Immutable. So you have to completely replace it. What? Has no setter. How are you supposed to? Yeah, that's temporary value. So how are you supposed to override? Yeah, I need to look this up. It's been ages, so you sure can. So Unity sure can updating module runtime. Oh, I guess you don't reassign it? What is this then? Code. Is that a structure? If it's a class, I'm probably fine. See, it's a structure, so I have to apply it back. How the hell do I apply it back? See, it makes a new one based on this, just so I can see it. So it's just straight up a getter properly. So how the fuck do I change it? It's a structure, so I can't. I can set it. But because it's a structure, it's immutable. Let me just try it. So the difference is I can't do this. That's a temporary thing. But if I get it, I can change the structure, but that should, there's no way that should tie back to. Minimum particle speed, probably 0, obviously. Maximum, let's go like 4. Max thrust particle speed. Totally wrong with that. Okay, so this is, we'll do it for all at the same time, we might as well. Speed front right, and this will be the front right thruster. Rear left, rear right, will be the rear right. No high hopes here, but unfortunately, gotta get back into the quest. Actually, I know I'm gonna be testing this enough without quests. I'm gonna make an easy way of doing this. I'll just make some random keys that let me make it possible to play. One of these four, it doesn't really matter. Yep. It's not going to be usable for testing. So get key. Use a gamepad, I suppose. Just fucking dirty for testing. Get key 1. Here to number 1. I mean, key code is not valid here. Oh, there's, okay, fuck it. How do we get the 1 key in? I know I can use a string. I'm aware of that. Okay, that's frustrating. If that's enabled, then I'll do this. Else, it's more update thruster force, and I'll make this let's make this 1 0. 2, 3, 4. Front right. Rear left. Rear right. right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Go back to my... I know what I'll do. For the testing, I'm gonna just have a camera. Instead of fucking about with my XR rig like I keep doing, keep messing with this, I'm just gonna put a camera on here. Hold this testing. Non-VR. And we'll just hide the XR rig. It could cause problems. And this camera needs to not render the ship exterior. And it needs to be somewhere I can see everything. Like over here. Shall I even pull it into the ship a bit and just use my foot plane to see it all. Not ideal, but good enough for testing. So I need my spaceship to be using VR controls off. Let's see if my thrusters work. Oh, I didn't wire any of them up, did I? Of course I didn't. Spaceship. We are right. We are right. Ah, for fuck's sake, there's multiple particle systems. I forgot! It's not a problem. This means these will have to be game objects. These will be game objects. Actually, I'll go with transform. I need a position. And now for each particle, it means they're all gonna have the same speed, but whatever. Stomach's killing me again. Bathroom balls. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully see the ship fly off in weird ways. Okay, it's working but backwards. Sucking me in the direction I want, so I want. Oh, of course, the transform up, yeah. Mostly pushing up on the ship, of course. That seems to work. The thruster force is probably something pathetic. So maybe I'll give this a bit more oomph. All 4. Oh, up we go. Yeah. Now I also want to apply that. I do that back there. So it can actually be quite a big number. Yeah, it can be quite a large number. I gotta use the bathroom, guys. I'll be back. And I will test this in VR. Yeah. Switch off non-testing camera, turning this on. Spaceship in VR mode. And let's fly. Oh no, I'm facing the wrong way. It's not my fault. My guardians were buggered up. Oh, damn it. You said Unity's starting, even though I didn't play. Why? Settings, Guardian, just Guardian. Burn. Please work. Even this happens. Usually involves me having to spin my rig around and then having to keep spinning it back. That's better. Alright. Oh man, this shadow bad. So I should be able to see. Oh, ooh. Okay, I need a main engine thruster to look at. Or maybe I could make the game is that you don't have a main thruster. A little bit of everything. Oh god, that's hard to control. This side. Ah, shit. Okay, 4 is too much. Oh, there's definitely some gameplay there, though. But yeah, 4 is too much. Whoop. Nailed it. That camera should not be seeing my cockpit, so let me sort that out. So these external cameras, like this one, landing camera, should not be rendering ship interior. Definitely too powerful to be realistic. 2. Sorry, that's 2. Yeah. What was it, 3? Let's make it 1.5. And now for some sound. We'll speed things up. Thruster particles, good. Individual particle and thruster controls, good. It's just janky enough that it feels fun. Like it's difficult, but you could definitely get used to it. It would probably help if the camera that you're viewing was a little bit more behind the ship, but I kind of want it to be difficult, if anything. But it feels very natural, like looking at a screen to control yourself, so that's nice. So let's get some sounds. Let's go to my sound library. I normally use Soundstripe. Where is it? Soundstripe? Yeah. See what they got for looping thruster sounds. Thruster. I love going sound shopping. Nope. Nope. Okay, I need engine sounds. Need a rocket engine. Space engine. Turn this down a bit. Nope. Yeah, maybe the idea is that you can't fly forward. You have to kind of like tilt your ship and then use those bottom rockets to go forward and tilt back up again, just to make it extra annoying. I could put a thruster on this, like this top thing. It's like a jet engine. Hard to see with this cockpit here. If I hide the cockpit, you can see it's like turn off lights. It's like a little jet engine. So I could put like a thruster coming out the back, even though there's no hole there. I could put a little cylinder or something to make it look legit. I'll do that in a minute. I want some thruster sounds first of all. Not that. I want something that's the loops. maybe like a kind of rockety thruster. These are all very sci-fi. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Probably not. Maybe. Oh. That's really quiet, but... No, it's got ship hangar background noise. It's another ambient hangar one. I need a better search spaceship engine. Room. Again, spaceship rocket. I can always edit these. I'm not half bad at it. I'm okay at editing sounds. Oh, cool. You can hear it. That's nice for like a high-speed engine. Oh, you can just high speed in there. I want spaceship thruster. This isn't got like a huge, the biggest selection sounds for a paid service, but they're like pretty high quality. And they're like really well recorded. Like if you want one, it comes in 3, and they're each slightly different. It's not what I want, it's for like... Can't loop that. Engine drone. I mean, that could be modified. I could just... What am I searching? I'm searching for the wrong thing. It's like a rocket. I don't want massive rocket sound. Oh, that's alright. Try. It'd be cool too because it'd be spatial as hell. Like coming from inside your headset, you'll hear it coming from those directions, so it'll be really spatial. It'd be nice. That one's okay. Nope. Huh. Nope. So these are really quiet. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm after. This one. Is this one? This one. It's the other ones. I mean, I could blend between the two, do a crossfade. So, like, you'd lerp the volume with an inverse lerp on one, so you start out with this small one, and then it goes to the large one, and you just kind of shift, like, crossfade them as you squeeze the trigger more. That might sound really bad. Why not? So I'll get this one. And that one. Small or medium? Medium. I want medium. And large. So we'll have this being low thruster. High thruster. And do some spatial sounds on them, so I need just make them. I'll just keep it simple. So this will be low thruster, front left, low thruster sounds. And now I'll take my low thruster, which I'll loop. I'll have it play on awake, and I'll have the volume just zeroed, so it doesn't keep restarting the sound. Same for high thruster. Volume 0. Yeah. And these need to be fully 3D. It's fully spatial. I have no idea why you can go half spatial. I guess if you wanted to, yeah, you wanted to always hear it a little bit, but mostly be 3D. So this should be a fun bit of code. For the sake of teaching and making this nice, I'm going to make a new class for this. I'm going to call it sound. I could make a sound manage. No, I'll make a sound crossfade. So we keep it simple, and this will have basically just an update. So public void set amount set crossfade amount. Percentage, and we'll take the sound A dot volume equals 1f minus %. Now I probably won't be able to set a maximum on these guys, so I'll have a mathf dot blur between. I don't need the 1f. This one's going to be going from, at 100%, it'll be x. So it starts out at 1. Well, actually starts out at min volume. I probably want one per. They're normalized sounds. They should always be normalized sounds. Yeah, I'll normalize the sounds, and I won't have separate volumes. So min volume and max volume. That will be actually the opposite for this one. It's going to start at max volume, then go to min volume. This is a terrible name for this. Sound volume crossfade. That's a bit more accurate. Set. And that should set the set amounts probably fine. Actually, no, I think it should be more specific. Set crossfade. Is crossfade 2 words or 1? Volume crossfade? No, it doesn't need volume. And this one will be the same, but it will go from min to max. And it will be sound B. Yep. Wakey. Well, let me autocomplete it. That's interesting. Ryder, you let me down here. Why? Ooh, Ryder's shot to bed. Okay. Sorry, Ryder, get out of here. No, I do need to set no roll volume as well. So otherwise it'll just be playing the low volume at full volume the entire time, so yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to have a public void I'm gonna make these properties just so I can teach my students properties. Why not? Float volume, and that will be just have a setter, and it will. I will have to actually store. Yeah, I'll have to have a stored volume. And when this sets, it's going to set the volume to value, and then it's going to update sounds, which will do some fancy stuff here. And we'll do another one for crossfade amount. Crossfade. When I set that, it's the crossfade. And I'll take some sounds again. So update sounds will, let's get our sound audio sources. Let's get these guys in here too. This is where the magic's going to happen. Volume. And this is where it's got to get clever. So for sound A, it's going to want to be basically something times the volume. So it's going to be the percent it's going to be the crossfade times the volume. I could simplify this a lot by making these variables and just having an update method, but kind of want to have some properties, some teaching point, teaching opportunity. So I think this goes from max volume when it's at 0. Well, no, this is wrong. What am I doing? This goes from the volume, the max volume times the volume. This is completely wrong. This goes from the current volume to 0. And this goes from 0 to the current volume based on the crossfade. So no matter what I set the crossfade to, if there's no volume, then it'll still be zeros. And whenever I change the crossfade or the volume, it runs these again, and it'll only ever get as high as that volume. Now in this case, it's not going to be super important because the crossfade and volume will be probably changing at the same time. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll use a curve on that or something. That'd be a nice opportunity to teach curves. So I'll make the crossfade for each thruster. Set these to the obvious. Does it ever need to be? Am I even using these? There we go. So in my ship controls, when I'm doing this guy, I'm gonna also want the thruster will have both the things on. So the thruster, okay, so that's gonna be updating the particle. You want to update the sounds coming from the thruster. So that's going to be our thruster sounds, or sound equals thruster component, and that's my crossfade volume. And then I say, hey, yo, thruster sound dot volume. Let me just try it simply for now. I have a percentage. I also set the crossfade to a percentage. Probably don't want that. I probably want this to be a curve. We'll come back to that in a sec. Now I just need to set up all those sounds. Just gonna take ages. This thruster now needs to have my new thingy as sound A, B. Oh, I'm just gonna copy all these into. I have to make sure these are positioned perfectly. When I copy these, I gotta make sure these get zeroed again. And my spatial's not gonna work. And sound plus this to have this, and it's got to wire them up. And I'm kind of reaching the end of my to-do list, so I think of some new stuff. This is only really testable in VR, so let's sure that's set up. There's. And where do we go? Hopefully spatial will sound neat. Okay, I don't need to change anything. That sounds perfect. It adds nice dynamics. Oh god, this is terrible. Oh, cool. Oh no! No. I land it. It adds some really cool dynamics. Turning is next to impossible. Need to fix that. Oh, that's fun. Oh shit, physics. Physics does not like me. Okay, that's pretty fun. There's some more stuff on this being rendered that shouldn't. Got these two screens that shouldn't be rendered, so I'll fix that. It's not rendering that one, I think, because that would become an infinite loop, so it intentionally doesn't render itself. So I just need to work. So that's fun, cool. Sounds, and I'm gonna call for now. I'm gonna call the shift controls solid. Enough to move on. Now I could put a thruster on the back too, and I'm just not sure if I'm gonna need it yet. I'll put it on my list. Main thruster with particles. Particles and sound. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased how that crossfade turned out. You guys didn't hear it, but it sounded good. It sounded nice. I'm not sure about the spatial though. It's hard to tell. They're fully spatial, so as long as my XR rig's listeners there, it should be fine. There's no settings on that thing. Sound, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It was pretty close to me, so I gotta keep in mind my listeners right here. It's kind of, it does move up a bit from there. Anyway, one thing at a time. I need to get rid of these cameras. Let's close these out. I need my other screens, all my screens. This is just a center screen. Center screen, screen. They should all be on. Technically, they're not UI. They are chip interior. I think it should be enough just to change the parent. So my landing that camera doesn't see them now, so that's fine. Alright, what's next to the list? Loads of testing. I should eat at some point. Right, to-do lists. Let's look at the main to-do list. Cockpit view in VR. Oh, the ship falling apart. Like, I mean, that's gonna be pretty important. That's pretty critical. So, damage. Damn. A damage system. That's gonna be a separate script. What? Ship damage. And it's gonna happen over. There's two things that cause damage. Like, you hit something, then that's going to cause damage to a certain spot. Like if you hit one of your legs, it'll just break. So you're going to need separate colliders, I would think. Probably not for landing. These will have to have physics. These will have to have physics. Physics collision layer mask things. I'll play with those in a while. So it's getting a damage system. Let's not worry about what causes the damage yet, more the effects of damage. So I'm going to put a damage system on my ship. Some these up. Ship. Up. I'm not sure why I'm going to do this. Just close the other ones. Don't need to see them. So we'll have a ship damage. And this is where it gets kind of interesting. Is this going to work? I think I'm going to need some kind of class a new class here that's going to. Let's do some pure top-down programming. This is usually how these things come together more easily. So, and I'll test it initially just at start. So what I'll do is randomly damage. Start with some random damage. So what I want to do is have a list of damages. I'll get one of those. So we'll have damage will equal possible damage. Should be an array, and I'll use random range 0 and possible damage. This is going to teach some interesting stuff for the students, because this array is going to have to be something called a ship damage. Okay, no, just a damage. This should probably be called ship damage system or manager system. Let's call it ship damage, and then this will be the type damage. That's a new class that will have to be serializable. So I can teach you that means. So that you can see it in the inspector. And it's going to have, for now, it's just going to do something. So I could teach scriptable objects at the same time here. Do some inheritance. Can I use scriptable objects? let's just roll with that idea. I'm gonna make this a scriptable object. It's a useful thing to learn. In which case they don't need to be serializable. Well, actually, it might be. Let's just go with some simple stuff for now, like float, chance per minute. Yeah, like how likely is that to happen per minute, and then I'll extrapolate that to per second. And now that'll be an array of those, so you'll see the inspector looks decent. Definitely needs some sounds and klaxons and stuff and crunching sounds when things go wrong. So possible damages is an empty list, and that's correct because it's not a damage. Now I need to make this thing, because it's a scriptable object, it needs to be creatable from an asset menu, and that needs the file name. So I'll go with new damage. I think you have to do .asset with these. I think you have to do .asset. Let me check. Okay. Turn off link. Thought you had to do .asset. This one. It doesn't seem to care. Okay, so we'll just call it new damage, and the menu will be let's call it game menu. Actually, fuck it, let's call it new shit. We'll have a submenu. What do we want someone to do with the file name of the thing? File name. Oops, file name. And menu name. Now I can create this thing. It also means I can have another one inherited from it. And they're all going to need their own type. I'm not sure if they're benefiting much from this little scriptable object thing. Because the key is here that if this was, say, thruster damage, it would come from a damage. And ideally, this is going to be an abstract base class. And you have something called public void apply damage, and it takes. Now, this is something I've been waiting for a while. We're going to need a shift class. We're just going to need one. Right, there's too much shit I've been doing in Star Trek controls, like the player getting in and out of the ship. That shouldn't be in controls. It should be a ship class. So let's give this its own thing. We'll start using that from now on. And so I didn't get abstract here. And this is what I wanted to do, but now we're not really gaining much. This has got to have its own. Thruster. This can't have a menu, it's abstract. And why would you have more than one type of thruster damage? What would be the point? I mean, so take ship corner to a quadrant. Spell it right. Ship quadrant enum. We want front, left, front, right. I don't gain much in this, but it's a good way to teach scriptable objects. Rear. I don't want to call it rear. Front and back sounds better. I'm just going to be, if I rename everything, screw it. Oh, back, left, back, right. Means I need to go back into ship if I want to be consistent and rename all this shit. This time, it's back, left. I will use the formerly serializable as. This will prevent all my references getting messed up. Immunity. I guess actually only those two. But you need to rename some stuff in Unity. Oh, there's these ones too. So these will be back, back. And then just rename some bits. Nothing should have got unwired. If it didn't, so I can get rid of these. Now I got my quadrants. They should live with the ship for sure. I spell check this. Didn't look right. It just doesn't know the word. Whatever. So a lot of this stuff, like actual thrusters and shit, the control should just be telling the ship to activate those thrusters. So I'm going to do a bit of a refactor here. It's going to take a little minute. I'm going to move all this stuff into another folder called scripts.damage. And the same. You can only live in one file. It's okay. So scriptable objects. Oh wait, scriptable objects do need your own files. So that will need its own. Ooh. I can't type thruster at all to save my life. Okay, it does have its own file. Fine. So ship. I'm start migrating stuff over from Starship Control. So this would definitely be saying ship dot this. Whoa. I hate when I zoomed. I can't remember what the real zoom was. That should also be on the ship. It's going to be a big old migration here. So this is going to be. I have some more stuff here like ship dot apply turning torque. If I'm doing physics there, I should do all the physics there. X, Y, and Z. Let's pop that in there quickly. So that's going to be a ship. Right at the top. Ship's going to need all this stuff. So apply turning torque. Vertical isn't needing that. Probably. Go with pitch. Yaw. Roll. Might want to be able to roll. This needs to be a monitor behavior. That's all I got before, isn't it? Yeah, so that's not going to need. Let's start breaking it at this end. Let's use the fastest way to refactor. Break it here. So that breaks that. All that. Here we go again. So this will be ship dot apply lateral force. Sure. It'll take this and this. Now that, that. Forward, straight, forward and right, technically. Yeah, so there'll be this times forward, and this times right, and nothing. Oh, plus. It's gonna be one of those another one of those dealios where you can let's prevent that. So if you do the several of those things, if you move forward and straight at the same time, you can go like 23% faster. Which you don't want, so what you do is you make a direction equals new vector 3. And I probably will have possibly an up force in here too. Let's make these floats. I'm only doing this in here because that's exactly what the control system's doing with its floats. It doesn't give a shit about things. Engine force, it's just doing controls. It's going to be up, and we'll create forward times engine force, and then a right times engine force, up, engine force, and then you normalize it so that you can't do any speed hacks, and just use that direction. Actually, I don't need any of this anymore, so that's what we used here. I think I could just do normalize here. Skip that step, which means I can just skip this step and bring this in an engine force. I think I was using 10. Right, relative torque was being done. So it's going to take, just like this, it's going to take a pitch yaw roll on this is not a torque anymore, this is applied turning. With the controls, these are just controls. So now the torque itself would be pitch times turning force. None of these things need delta time because they're in the physics engine. Should be able to do these all at once. Force, I think was like 2. It was not enough though, I know that. At least turning on yaw, it was awful. So now, when I apply the turning, I'm just passing those in. And these are just straight up controls. So update thruster force. That should be straightforward. Percent. This means I have to wire up a bunch more stuff, but this is the way it should look. There's far too much going on in the control system right now. I did this already, didn't I? Lateral just takes input. Currently nothing. Up and down. Because the thrusters are being used for the up and down. Now I can put some proper comments in here, I suppose. Angle turning controls. Thruster controls. Thruster chips. Thrusters. Angle lateral controls. This buggers this up completely. My keyboard controls, but what you going to do? That doesn't really. I'm just going to replace it a few things. The lateral forces are a bit bitch though. Unfortunately. This I'm probably going to make basically a big old. Here we go. I'm taking space out because that's what the controls before. So this is going to be a new bar direction equals like 3, and we're basically going to be doing. Ugh. Yeah, so direction dot z equals 1. Lateral forces. This all needs to be, yeah, transform dot forward times forward. This is before I normalize it. Shit! Which means this is in world space and not in. Fuck, this is in world space. It's a super easy way to do this and slipping my mind. This is just I basically want to translate that vector with my rotation. I think it's going to be simple as rotation, transform vector into local space. I want the other way around. No, that is right. Transform a direction. It will be direction because it's normalized. Yeah, it should do it. Is it local to world? Yeah. Because we are dealing with world spaces for sure. Oh, I could use a different. Actually, no, I can't. This has to be world coordinates. So direction. This is correct. That is -1. And lateral forces. Oh wait, that was unnecessary. What is this doing? Hang on, this is what is this doing in fucking my keyboard controls? This is my keyboard controls. This should be just taking the direction. There's a reason I did this. I could have made it vector 2. I just really so I can use the correct things. There's a reason I wanted to do this, so it does let me do a direction dot normalize. Although it does that, I'm doing that already. So screw it. I pass in direction dot x. Oh, this is fucking weird. This is forward, right, up. This is wonky. Z. X. And then, I guess, well, it's going to be 0, but I'll put it in there anyway. In case I want to put more controls in. Y. In which case, this should just be a fucking vector. Yep. And we'll just normalize it there. I'll leave this as it's more clear what's going on here with those. Fine. Handle exit ship. So for keyboard controls, you hit E to leave, and that's going to say yo ship exit, which is going to be all this. Let's see how much of that falls apart. Take off the seatbelt. So this is definitely going to need a player who's currently in the ship. Single player, so now player also doesn't have anything. Player controls is probably enough. This player doesn't need much more than that. They don't really gonna have, I don't think they're gonna have health or anything. Can't imagine. Let's update thruster force in here. That's all this dude. Just keeps pulling stuff out. It's gone grey. Refactoring magic. It's turned grey. You don't need it. Use what to come with. So you just break it on one side. And you know. Actually, okay, no, fuck. The ship thrusters. I have a quadrant now for this, so yeah, looks like I'm going to use my ship quadrant. So this will take quadrant ship quadrant dot front left. Front right. Back left. Back right. And supposed to be fancy. I'm just gonna make a lookup thing. Ship quadrant. Thruster quadrant. And it'll get the thruster. Get the appropriate thruster. Oh, so close. Thruster, and that will be get thruster. Private. Thruster. I'm just gonna copy and paste that. Whatever. That'll be the quadrant. And that'll just be a little static, not static, it's be a private what were those particle systems? The particle systems from before? Or they were transforms in it. So I needed their position, so I went with transforms. It seemed that made sense. Giant. Oh, now the Google misspelling. Google doesn't agree. Misspelling. And this switch on that. Let the rider do the busy work. Was this front left? Right, left. Neat. Oh, this is gonna make a case, an expression. Whee! Probably won't teach that, but that's always fun to learn. I'll read a normal switch statement. I'm not even sure we taught switch statements in this curriculum. It never comes up. Well, we will be now. Well, I did teach it my C sharp, so they should know from there if they went to my C sharp. So I get the appropriate thruster, I dual the thruster things. And the player is a player controls. No real reason for that. Yet. Okay, this needs the exit point in it. Nah, yeah, it definitely needs those exit endpoints. Shall I put, I don't know, here. This is normally when you can get fancy and say like, either, say like, okay. Here get fancy. Like this could be either thrusters, and all this stuff will go into thrusters. Either engines. This could all go into player. To make it look pretty, the inspector. Alright, I left a lot of damage behind, so let's see what I don't need anymore. This just wants a direction now. Right? Which I do normalize in here, so direction can just be moved up to 3, and it will just be this. In which case, my entire map is already away, so. There's a little damage down here. This is going to be quadrants now. Like I did here. Some of those like tasks, it's like, is it worth it to copy and paste it? Because it costs me the same amount of time. Just exit ship's gonna be living over on, well, this has been moved already. And this one also going to be here, on here. That will leave us with player on board and 2 render masks. Which is the ones. I could just have the player on board being transformed, but I'll leave it for now. So this is gonna be, I guess, this is a private, but these are rendering kind of things. This doesn't really belong in here, to be honest, at all. This belongs in a player. Definitely belongs in that player class. One thing at a time. I'll move this to a player. I'll be back to that tomorrow. I don't want to do any of this if the ship is occupied. That will be a get only, which means I can teach get only to be if the player is on board. That could be called occupied. should be. Now we're dealing with just controls here. Now, in controls can go, mouse sensitivity makes sense. Yeah, now this is purely controls. And now I have a bunch of shit to wire up. And test any of this shit works. I'll get to it. It's time to wire up though. I really want everybody half the scrap. It's just such a hacky way of getting on and off the ship. Yeah, so on the nearby ship can now actually have a ship, which means the ship control. What was I doing this on? On the player controls, this would definitely move to players. To player, this move these move to player class when we have one. And this will take in, well, that will be a player. That will simplify this a lot, because all this shit should be on this is all player stuff. The only thing I need to do is this. Maybe this. Not even really. We'll come back to that though. So now I'm looking for, like, it's a ship. Is the thing a ship? Now the nearby ship will actually be a ship. Much better. And then we have nearby ship. I showed the ship prompt, which isn't in VR yet, so we have to sort that out. But then I can't get off the ship in VR yet, so deal with that in a moment. And I don't have movement controls for VR. Kristen, if you're there, you'll happy to know I lifted for a small world game jam project. I pretty much just lifted Lee's bow gravity stuff. I made some changes to it, but pretty much just borrowed that. It's perfect for walking around on planets part. I'm not even sure I'm going to add jumping, to be honest. I don't think we need it. Okay, where's our arrows at? I'm going to start wiring up this ship. New class ship. Tons to do here. Player, I can't set up in here because it's I'm in prefab. Yeah, the full gravity. I don't know. I think I changed a little bit of it. I did modify a few things. I think maybe it was in the volume. There was a lot of stuff that was just like. This I'll be reprogramming in class, so I'm going to do that. Anything I need to reprogram in class, I'm going to get as much done as possible today. I'll recode it tomorrow in a simpler format. But honestly, it's 3 sessions I'm going to teach this entire game. I'm not even halfway there yet. Oh yeah, the bottom of the planet problems. I haven't tested that actually. No, that was I think. Was to do with this stuff. I'm not sure I'm doing. I think I might be. I am. Whose rotation is on? Oh, I'll have to investigate it shortly and fix it. It should never have been as complicated as it was. So I'm just gonna rethink it. Yeah, obviously Unity was not shit. Okay, so the interior rendering mask is everything except for the exterior. This is everything except for interior. Engine forces, I think I got it right. Thrusters should be so that. Left, right, back left, back right. I don't know about these 0 and 4. Oh, what's thruster force 1.45? I remember that. Cockpit seat. That's that one. And the player can't be set up in here because this is the prefab. Now the ship damage. I'll get back to you. This does need a player. Technically, I can do this in the prefab because the player is totally right here, sitting in here, so I can't use the feedback. This is the player. That's disabled by default for more hacky reasons, but the player is. I'm going to pull up the player, actually. It makes more sense. It is an XR rig, but player rig. XR rig. Messed up again. That will be my player view. Well, water the planet. We want to see how that goes. So big refactoring should do a full test again. Quickly. And while I'm doing it, I'll have a look at the bottom of the planet. Let's see if it's buggered up. Now, I'll see if I can detect if the spatial audio is truly spatial. It's difficult to tell. Going in. Oh, I like the potential of this game. It's funding me, this cockpit. Ooh. I think my controls are working. They're certainly not certainly. Oh, it's probably set to non-VR controls. No, VR controls is on. Oh, the ship's not set up, and I look at my billions of errors. And there's 3 audio listeners in the scene. All my cameras have audio listeners on. That's not good for your frame rate. It also potentially can mess up your spatial audio sometimes. So these controls. I could just find it. Maybe on the same thing. Use this as an opportunity to teach them the require component and type of. Marvelous. Should hopefully fix it. This time I'll check my console log first. No errors, could be good. Let's not crash. Pull her up. Still can't rotate for the life of me. It's trying to roll. It's doing weird shit. Don't know if that's... Either way, you don't really... I love the sound. It just adds so much. Whoa! Definitely get used to. There we go. So what was I checking? What was I here for? I was checking everything worked. Forward. That left and right is doing nothing. Forward is also doing some weird shit. Just spinning me. Or is it the wrong space? World space or some shit? Hate world space versus local space problems. The ship. Ship. I need to make a huge bunch of changes here. Apply lateral force. This is in world space. But the thing I'm giving it, no, I need to transform direction. So, does this transform vector? I think they're the same. Not that they're the same. Well, I can't be the same. There's no point. Except one's supposed to, maybe one normalizes it at the same time. No. I need to put some like gizmos on my scene view and see what the hell it's supposed to be. It's trying to go. Backwards. Up forwards, backwards, left. Do nothing. I love it. I put just enough angular drag, guys. Oh, oof. But, so now I'm flat. Forwards. Stop wobbling. I think I'm bottomed out. Oh yeah, I forgot, because the legs don't... I think I'm going to remake all the colliders on this thing from scratch instead of using mesh collider, because when you're on a mesh collider, it's bottoming out, and it's not actually standing on the legs. So it'll be a much smoother landing process if I do that. But before I do get carried away with that, I want to know why I can't fly forward back. I shouldn't need to do this transform nonsense. I'm not going to get fancy. I'm just going to do it using the math I know works. So I had this direction set drive. So I apply a force basically saying, yo, all of this would be transformed out forward times my direction dot z plus transform dot right times direction dot x plus transform dot up times direction dot y. All of that normalized times the engine force. Now I don't know why the hell my turning force is not working in the yaw direction. This is a relative torque. For some reason yaw is just buggered. In my ship controls, I'm using horizontal as the horizontal on the left stick. Oh, yeah, no, the right stick. Horizontal on the right stick times sensitivity. It's passing that in as the horizontal, which is going to be the yaw. This doesn't seem to be doing anything. And if anything, it seems to be doing a roll. One thing at a time. Now let's fix this. This should fix, hopefully fix my lateral movement. Oh great, let's bugger up my fucking view again. This is fantastic. Absolutely impossible to tell now. Forward? Nope, God knows what. Fucking Guardian. Please, just give me the same forward direction. It's not really. Fuck you. Reset. View. Out. I'm gonna blow up. Oh god. Back. It's not helpful. I crashed. Up we go. Why am I spinning? This seems to work. This always works. Forward and back is pitching. Yeah, I'm so teetering on the bottom there, so. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put another camera. I want this one to look from the left. And that one's looking from the right for now. And this looks like from the front. But I want it to be a flat. Fuck. Right, I'm going to need some... Debugging this is really tricky. I need, fortunately, big old debug lines here. There's the end. So yeah, position plus force times block 5. Make it orange. There is no orange. Make it red. So that's going to be my that for show where my directions are meant to be. And for my movement, I'm going to make a green one. That's going to be draw the line from on the axis, basically. Position plus transform that right. Times pitch. It's going to be really weird to look at. Yellow. Technically, this should be red. Red is the x-axis. So I'll make this blue. Draw line from position to the position plus right times pitch. This should be yaw. Enough visualizations there that we can see what's going on. You can stopping my frame rate here. Where's my shit? Okay. Carefully, easy, easy. Totally wrong. I'm not seeing my lines at all. Gizmos. There we go. It's blue. When I pull back on the stick, blue goes to the right. Forward goes, yeah, so. And left is going up and then down. Jesus, that's messed up in every possible way. So that explains that. What about my. Now it's going to be possible to see. It's a little wonky when I reset myself quickly here. Kind of. Now, left. Oh my god, that's not taking that way at all. Pitch. Pitch seems to be fine. You know. When I accelerate away completely, one of my thrusters doesn't seem to be doing shit. I think. I'm just going off in weird directions. I still have a lot of control, but it seems if I hit them all, you know, I have my in my leftover angular velocity just kicking around. So once you've stabilized, it seems to work kind of. But it's supposed to be janky shit. Now, what the fuck is wrong with this? Transform. This one. What is wrong with this? Transform. So my forward force is just in world coordinates. Yes, and it should be in world coordinates because I'm using transform forward, which is a world coordinate. So this is just weird. So taking my forward of my ship. Like I fixed this yesterday. The ship didn't have a proper forward. I had to go into Blender and sort that out. So now it's actually aiming correctly. Forward, right, up, like any other normal thing. Forward, right, up. What's the camera look like? Camera. Look at this camera. Yes. I'm going to quickly do this one here. I want the right external camera. Well, it'd be kind of cool to have one of the screens for a map. Maybe they meant the center screen have like some HUD on it. So then I'll have a left external camera. Basically going to spin this, try to spin this around. Hopefully with, unfortunately, it won't be that easy. I should have put these guys on stall time. I should have put this on the center of, I can rotate. So I'll make a parent on this cold camera. Center. Wolf. Finally. Now that's got a position. Okay. Blink. It's not. It's amazing how Blink just tanks my machine. That was fine. Absolutely fine. Right. So left camera center. Let's get rid of the right camera. Left camera. Duplicate. Right external camera. So this I should just be able to. The left one, I should just be able to spin this over. Ideally, 180. No, not 180. So I still want a side view. So see some amount. Got to eyeball it again. Not enough. Nope. If the frustum lines up with both, then of course it won't. We don't look looking directly down in it. The frustums work, I know it's symmetrical. So that's down by a bit. That's down by a bit too. Oh, good enough. So that one looks like that. That one looks like that. They both look okay. This one's rendering too much shit, so is this. This needs to not render. Ooh, these front screens are somehow UI elements again. They're not, so they're flip interior elements. Now the center screen somehow UI. How odd. Alright, those are my two cameras, so I'll have another third person, this will be right external camera, chip camera. Same again. Left. Over identical. My left will target this. My right should already be set up. Now on my screens, my right screen will have an image that is the right external camera target. Does that feel natural? Yeah. And the left screen will have the left. Sure, why not? So I look like this. Using them screens. Yeah, let's figure out why this thing's not moving properly. Roll. When we turn off gravity, I'll make things a lot easier. Switch off my planet gravity. And this way I don't have to wear my headset. I can't do this without doing VR again. Let's turn on my mouse controls. Should they've This is weirdly. Oh dear. Whatever. These are working. So I'm doing something real dumb in the difference between doing something dumb. What am I doing differently here? Horizontal is the X. Apply turning. No, wait. Lateral, lateral. W is Z1. S is so it's Z. What am I doing here? Oh, shit. Yep. Thank God for that. Okay. Vertical should be negative on the Z-axis, and this should be negative on the X-axis, and the only one we didn't care about was when we were using. Yeah, I should do that. And back to VR. Ship controls, VR. You bastard. Let's reset my camera. Okay, I fixed it. Alright. Now. Oops. Forward. Backwards. Oh, right and left's inverted. Up. Down. Now, this turning never worked. Turning is doing something really weird. It's like pitching off into the distance somewhere. But it's doing, I want it to yaw because I don't actually have a way of controlling yaw. It has to control yaw. So I need to invert my VR strafing and figure out what the hell's happening with when I'm on mouse controls doesn't yaw. Probably not. Can't imagine. Jeez. Still doing the same old weird shit. It's tilting up and down. It's weird. Okay, I'm doing something, I think, stupid here. I'm doing this in one move. How have I done this in the past? Roll's going to be 0 times 20 force. The yaw is definitely the y-axis. I used to do this in 3 turns, and I had a student say, "Why are you doing like that? Shouldn't you just do it all in one?" And there's a good reason I didn't used to do it, because I never used to do it. It's like it's the order of operations. I think it applies them in different orders. So I isolate just my yaw. It's 3 o'clock. It's like 14 hours on this. So it's 14 hours. yesterday. Today's probably gonna be around 14. I want to get this thing done. Not using VR controls. Please, 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 no. Please don't, please. Alright. Nope. Yaw is still doing a very weird. I wonder if I got a. The rigid body's got some constraints. Oh. I've got my yaw locked. My yaw is locked. Wonder. Ah, man. So some kind of. I'm not sure why I didn't move it all, but my yaw was locked. That must have been left over from when I was trying to fix a problem with the gravity system. When it landed, it would start spinning on the spot, and I forgot to turn it on. So, fuck. Okay. Great. So that should fix VR, and everything should be fixed. Very good. Very good. So I can retake off my solid chip controls. Well, that was all mostly coming out of refactoring. Let me put that down on my list. Refactor ship. Done. And then refactor to player class. I'll do that later. Okay, I'm just gonna smoke this bathroom or visuals. See you guys in a minute. And what I'm going to do next is damage. Yeah, damage stuff. This, I got so many ideas for this damage system. It's been great. Just phones on my microphone. Oh man, the damage is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna have to do some further refactoring now. I decided that I want the ship systems to be their own classes. So the ship that says, okay, I've been told to use my right thruster, so I'm gonna tell the right thruster to switch on. That way, each thruster can keep track of how damaged it is. It can do cool things like, if it's half damage, it'll like sputter, so it'll like follow this kind of noise curve of how much thrust and effect it's doing. So yeah. So I'm going to refactor the thrusters out, and any other systems from here on in, including the main engine, will be their own thing. So I'm going to make a thruster class. And each one of these thrusters will have one. And this could also it's going to simplify these quite a lot, I think. Because you can handle its own noise fading and stuff. The ship doesn't have to give a shit about this anymore, which is good. So the thruster, it's gonna, if we're using these requires, it's gonna, actually no, I'm not gonna bother with that. It's going to have, well, we should, if we're using an awake, we should do a require component type of crossfade. It's going to grab the sounds equals component crossfade. And it's going to be asked by, we'll see this proper top down here. It's going to be, let's see how this works from the ship side of things. Okay, let me put in my other turning again. And it probably can live on one line of code now I'm thinking about it. Okay, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Thrusters. So ship's gonna have basically these dudes, but they're gonna be thrusters. So I'll never be able to spell. And now all this update thruster for us is not going to be done like this anymore. This will be update thruster controls. Percentage and the quadrant. It's going to get the appropriate thruster, and then it's going to say, yo, just do it. So it's going to say thruster, apply, controls, thruster. Spelled it right. Spelled that wrong, though. So thruster dot set amount, pretty much. Thrust set thrust amount. It's going to be the percent. And then all this stuff. And the cool thing is, well, no, it does need to still, the thruster still needs to know what ship it's on, but that's fine. Because it has to. What? Why won't you make me? Why won't you make a method? My stomach again. So just a moment. That's just a transform, that's why. That's why I wasn't looking. Okay. And this is going to do, it's going to need to know about the ship, rigid body. What do you just going to need to know about the ship? So I can say, fly. Yeah, I can just say add force at position. And I'll be able to find that because it's going to be, well, we can require that too. So that's not true because it's in the parent. And the thrusters are always going to be direct parents of the ship. It's going to be, that's a given. So the ship gets components in parent. Ship. And now the ship can have this add force at position. Just gives a force in position. And it just delegates that to, just does that on the rigid body. It's just one. Weird, okay. And the thruster force will be per thruster. And that will be 1.5, I think I settled on. And its position is just going to be its transforms dot position. Now it'll look in all of its children for that, and these will come along too. So I'll grab them in. Thruster particle speed. Most of the thruster stuff's going to count. All this is going to count. Over 4 viewers. Goodness. This is going to be my sounds. And this is where the damage is going to come in. It's the fun part. Once I've got that working. Now that seemed to work strangely. I don't know how that was. Structure. It works. I keep missing your rereading your comment, Kristen. Do you need to check on the other side of the planet soon rather than later? I'll do some damage stuff first. And I'll get totally distracted if it doesn't work. So let's get some of this working. And the lateral force, that's going to be to, again, with some kind of engines. So I might actually have little thrust particles for those too. I'll leave this and to do because I can make it so like certain directions don't work, like the side thrusters stop working, and that'll just fuck all this up. So make more thrusters basically, and they can use the same class. Thruster classes still work. So make thrusters for the different the lateral and the lateral movement directions. And I'll want to do the same thing for turning, because they're going to need thrusters as well. For the rotation movement directions, yeah. And so they can have little, you'll be able to see on your ship, like the smoke coming out of one of your thrusters that's supposed to turn your ship in a certain direction. So you can only like turn to the left, but you can't turn to the right. There's so many ways you can can fuck this ship up. Have it so there's like a systems error and it flips your controls. I can even make a class called computer, and the ship tells the computer to do controls, and the computer just applies them to the proper subsystems like thrusters and stuff. And then you have it so the state have it so there's like you could apply a lag to if your onboard computer is overheating, then it creates a lag between inputs and things actually happening. So like there's so many things you can do with damage just by making everything into proper subsystems. One at a time. Actually, I'll make a 2D for that as well. To add a computer system that receives the control inputs and passes them to other subsystems. Yeah, that'll be the same for here. Totally. So this would be, actually this is where this would happen. So this wouldn't be apply lateral force at all. Like it is currently in controls, this should be update thruster controls. So you'd have a similar one for update. This would be update turning controls. And then you have another one, update lateral controls. And that will just be something. And that would have this. This would have that. Yeah, so this would go away. I'll come back to these as I need to. I want to teach my students like how to use lots of classes correctly. Just like the benefits of having a computer subsystem that then relays the messages. That gives you a middleman class that can have damage happen to it, like lag or damage or just not receiving controls at all or inverting controls. It can be all kinds of stuff. Which is way easier if you have a class in the middle. Otherwise you end up with this ginormous class that's trying to handle all of the different damages, potential damages. Which is just going to be really clunky and hard to do. So my thruster should work. I can test this back without VR. The ship needs the thrusters wired to it now. Apply that. And test it with non-VR controls that we're currently in. So my 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. That's not rotating where it should. Alright, it's doing the opposite as it should, so that means the position I'm giving it from the thruster is backwards. This is backwards. I'm using the transform up. Yeah, the transform up of the thruster is backwards. They face down, or they face up. And technically they're facing down. Yeah, they're facing down, so I want to reverse that and then put the thrust upwards. So this should work. It's good. Check my turning all works. left, right, pitch. I can't tell if that it's upside down. Just fine. Alright, all my controls are working. Main thruster, refactor, refactor into thruster. That's done. So let's try some simple damage now. So my damage system is going to need these potential active damages. So when it starts, it gets a random damage and then applies damage, add damage, damage. Now, how's this going to communicate properly with this? It means ambiguous damage to this as well. Oh yeah, because made a folder called damage. It's a mistake. You make a folder called damage and you do the things I'm gonna do. This should be damage types. That folder becomes a namespace, and then namespaces think they compete with the classes. So I make that damage types, and I go through to my damages, which is going to be these, and I put them in damage types. Dark side of namespaces. So I'm still at 100% that what's damage. Not 100% sure this is going to be like, this is going to when damage is applied, it's going to apply to a certain subsystem, I suppose. So damage is probably going to have ship subsystem type. That's the thing it will affect. And we'll have things like all of our thrusters front, left, thruster. It's going to be a bit. This means a lot of copy and pasting. Pull this landing thruster. So I don't really care which thruster gets damaged, to be honest. And then the other things like landing thrusters, turning thrusters, lateral thrusters. That's kind of the main engine. You know, it's going to be straight up below, then lateral thrusters. And then there'll be like the main engine, which will be a really powerful thruster. So you can go forward much faster than you can go backwards, for instance. Displays, definitely, yeah. And these would be specific. Thanks, Lee. Left screen, center screen. There's going to be different types of damage to each, though. This is just the subsystem. This is where I'm not so sure about. Yeah, no, because each if it's screen damage, it can be left screen subsystem, but also it could have a type of damage on the screen damage class. This should get me going now. I'm more interested in right now landing thrusters, is all I'm interested in. So I'm gonna my ship damages. So I have thruster damage, that should probably be landing thruster damage, I would say. That mean it does have to specifically say which quadrant. Speed quadrant. So this is going to be landing thruster damage. I'm still not sure it needs to be a bloody. It's good. It's good for the lessons to have these scriptable objects because. Okay, so let's look at our landing thruster damage. When this is applied, what happens? So the ship don't really want to do something like this. Ship dot add. I want to have add damage because I want remove damage. I don't really want to say add damage and then like get its thruster as well. This is kind of cool because if we want to go full out, we can make it so thrusters are actually a subsystem. Subsystems oh shit, subsystem's a thing. Okay, well, I don't mind. I'll pull a ship subsystem. So ship subsystems. My damage types. As a ship subsystem? It doesn't. Oh, that's the name of. What's the name of the enum? I already used that shit. So this will be. I'm just gonna call it subsystem and make my own and then stomp on Unity's, whatever this is. Yeah, it's a Unity engine thing that I don't care about. Class. Mine's more important. This is going to need its own folder. Let's pull its subsystem. This time I'm not going to make the same mistake. Subsystem types. And we'll move this into that folder. So in thruster, oh, it's not abstract. This has to be abstract. Subsystems should be able to have damage applied to them. It's going to be abstract. Add damage, damage. Obviously, it's not going to be that. And then a remove damage. And every subsystem has to implement that, like this. Oh yeah, the subsystem needs to be a mono behavior. Now this has to implement my two damages. So we should first check and make sure the damage is for this subsystem. So if the damage dot subsystem, we got a hit only property that returns subsystem. And why is that pitching? Update the board. So if the damage subsystem is equal to a landing thruster. Now there's a problem here because I'm saying thruster for everything, but this specifically might be a certain kind of thruster. So if it's just, if the damage subsystem is that, and this is going to have a thruster type is equal to thruster type dot landing. And more importantly, if it's not for that, or type is not that. So that's going to be our simply going to be thruster type. So then I can reuse this thing for all kinds of engines and all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be landing, it's going to be turning, it's going to be lateral, it's going to be main engine. So it makes sure, first of all, if neither of these is true, then it just fails. Now we know this system's for us. So we probably want to turn this into thruster damage. We have to cast it. So we know at this point that damage is going to be at this point we know it's the landing thruster damage. So we've passed both of these. Now does it need to be specifically landing thruster? It does kind of, because this one has quadrants. Yeah, but does this damage really need to specify what type, what corner of the ship is damaged? Does it care? Surely the ship can just apply it to a random one. So I want to do like, I'm trying to skip to the subsystem. So what we need to do here is, the ship shouldn't have to be relaying all this information. So we should be able to say get subsystem. And now this, if I want to teach my students it, there's a good opportunity to teach them generic. So I can say, give me the subsystem. Actually, I can't do that because there's going to be more than one of them. Well, I know for landing thruster damage is going to be multiple ones, so get random subsystem of the type thruster. No, this is... Okay, I'm beginning to think that this thruster should actually have... The landing thruster should be different than other thrusters, I think. Why? Why should it be different? Does it need to be? No, so much of it's the same. All of it's the same. So it shouldn't need, this is no longer relevant. I think I want to just do away with the concept of specific landing thruster damage. And I want to say that get the quadrant now. Okay, now this is a very elegant solution to this. I don't know why I didn't think that. I just have another class here, the public class landing thruster. That is a thruster. And it does nothing different. It's the same. I'll put it into its own flat files to be fair. And that's what I'll put on all of the I have to redo all this again, but that's okay. Yeah, and now I can just have thruster damage. So now I can say, get me a random subsystem of landing thruster. that'll only match one of the. So I get a random subsystem that is a landing thruster. Then this basically bypass the ship as a middleman class. It's just passing the shit around. It shouldn't need to do that. I just can get the random subsystem. And this could be useful for the UI too if I want to have like a damage display. Then that display just can say, hey, give me all the subsystems. And then display the name and if it's damaged or not, or how damaged it is. So add damage. We decided that subsystems have add remove damage, so that'll be fine. We can now apply this damage to it. Get random subsystems. It's going to take T, where T is a subsystem. Now it's going to have to go through all its subsystems. So in this case, return. I'll use a bit of a link here. Subsystems. Actually, I'm going to make that a property, an auto property. Give me the subsystems. So I'll make that a list. Technically, it's not going to be a list. It's going to be a public list. Subsystems. That is a get set. So it's a getter setter. Just starts. All this might not make it into the lessons, but it's I can simplify what I need to. I've already gone well beyond what the first lesson is going to contain, so I want to try to get as much of the game completely finished today as possible. So I've had the weekend as well, so I don't need to don't need to kill myself today. Lightning thruster is a thruster, which is a subsystem. So why is this complaining? It says T is subsystem, so T. What I'm going to do here is find, it's going to be where subsystem. Using blink here to scare my students. Again, I can simplify this if need be. The subsystem dot is type of. Should we say is T? I think, right? Is T. Dot first. That work? Oh wait. It's supposed to actually return a subsystem. So that is fine. So I can say, because there's going to be multiple ones of these, what I'll do. Shuffle. This is ugly, but I'm going to do an order by underscore because I don't care, and then random dot value. It's a gross, hacky way that I probably won't end up using. This is a cheap way of doing a random thing from a list. So I'm saying, hey, organize it by a random. Organize that by a random amount, so it's basically shuffling it, and then say, give me the first one, or default, which means if there isn't any, it'll be null. So if this can't find one, I got a problem. So I do have a big problem if that fails. So what I want to do is give a proper error here. Found subsystem is this. And I want just a random exception. And if I can't find it, then I can give it a proper exception. Again, something my students have never used, so maybe not make it in there. Couldn't find a random ship subsystem of type of, oops, substitution string, type of t dot name. Otherwise, just return it. Everything's golden. So I'm doing my proper error handling. This should return one of the 4 thrusters. The landing thrusters. This is complaining because it must be convertible to subsystem. And a landing thruster is. A landing thruster is a thruster, which is a subsystem. Is this the wrong kind of subsystem? Am I using the wrong subsystem in here? Yep, totally am. Not that one. Use my subsystem. I like that. I'm starting to regret calling it subsystem. This system's taken. Ship subsystem's a bit much. I think I'm using it as a folder name too. Okay, ship subsystem is it's not that bad. Ship subsystem. I'm not going to be using this very often. And now I go over to my subsystems here and that. I'll fix any errors. This is going to be a ship subsystem. That word's starting to make no sense to me. Thruster is a ship subsystem. That should clear hopefully the last shit up. Fuck, I use that as an enum. Jesus Christ. Okay. Subsystem type. Did I? Yeah, I did. Where was it? Ship system type. There we go. Refactoring days. This is going to remove damage. Do that. Okay, clear up the errors. This is going to be type now. Follow the arrows around. This is going to be a damage. Now it's single plane. This is now a remove. That's good. No, God. Fuck. If I add it to something, I have to remove it from the same one. Shit. But this is a scriptable object. So I can't store memory in here. Can't have state in here. Fuck me. Okay. Well, maybe these don't need the remove. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think they do. I think, and that means I think I can have apply damage, because when you fix the damage, it's not going to be coming from here. It's because you went out with a wrench and smashed it a bunch of times. That's what's going to fix it. And when you're smashing a thruster or a specific thing, every time you hit it, it's going to say, I got hit by a wrench. Do I have any damage on me? If so, remove it. If I've been hit enough. So this is not where the damage applying would happen to. The removing damage happens elsewhere. So we don't have that. And I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. And thruster damage. I mean, I could put this on the quadrant thing. I like the whole idea of being random. It's fine. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is not supposed to be called this. Because this is landing thruster damage now. These might get refactored. I'm not sure yet. I'm really not sure. Time to make a damage scene. I've been doing a lot of refactoring, not much testing. There's no errors here, so let's make it so I get a random damage. So if I make 4 of these, if I make 1 of these damages, landing thruster damage, now I can have some information here, like what does it do? This could have different types of damage. So I might have, you know, public. Well, this would be serializable fields, private, and then another enum, gold landing thruster damage type. Sure. Actually, that doesn't need to be anywhere near that specific. Thruster damage type, though. That seems legitimate. But then we should have a thruster damage class to inherit one. And that will be a damage. Which means it needs things that it should have. Although this can be abstract. Probably. This would live in here. Now this is becoming less and less relevant. Because all it's doing is looking for one thing. But that's true. We don't. Some thrusters would not need to look for a random one. This one specifically needs to look for a random one because there's 4 of these. So this is specific to landing thrusters. But this would have like damage type, and then this could have all kinds of things that like I don't know. Like disabled. Again, let's keep these simple. So disabled for now. Let's just leave it as disabled. Come back to that more. Let's have some other ones like always on. Stuck on. Intermittent. Send this spell right there. I'm happening this whole spelling. Let's use this actually do a spell check for me. Basically, when in doubt, don't use A's anymore. Intermittent, sure, whatever. That's some damage types. And I would put this in a new class. Where am I? Well, I'm in damage types. Yeah, sure, this will go into same folder. And this can definitely live up there because it's specific to that. Alright. And this is the only one that actually has the menu. It's not abstract. Like this guy. And this guy. And because this is abstract, it also doesn't need that. This won't be abstract. Because there are going to be kind of damage, thruster damages that are just, which means it does need so many of these thrusters are the same. Like all the other thrusters can be pretty much the same. It's the only thing different about landing thrusters is that there's multiple of them. So I think that a thruster damage can exist on its own. That'll just be a straight up new thruster damage. So it does need to have the apply. And it will need a type. unfortunately this will need a thruster type, which means this will end up with a thruster type, which sucks. So I don't really want that to need to have a thruster type. It's kind of obvious what this thruster type is. And I'm trying to get too carried away with some advanced C# stuff, so it'll scare the hell out of my students. This will need a thruster type. What? I do have a thruster type now. I think. Which unfortunately means this inherits that. I mean, I can use some fancy stuff to hide this here. Hide it for this one. I could say, like, I think, say hide in inspector, and then just copy this. Put a new in front of it. That's a super gross way of doing it. I'm not going to attack it. I better off doing a custom editor at that point. It basically, this is going to be ignored when it gets to the stage. Unless I can bring this stuff down into here. I mean, is it fair that you could say, if I just, instead of getting a random subsystem, I could kill some kids. So this is already terrifying for my students. So I can simplify this a bit and say, you know what? Don't give me a random one. Whenever I ask for a subsystem, give me a random one. Okay, that does not help the other gross thing. But if I say, just give me a subsystem, no, because I still need to pass this in. But this is just empty, isn't it? Fuck. Yeah. I'll refactor. Tomorrow I'm going to dedicate to refactoring and simplifying stuff, so it's not so terrifying. So this thruster damage could be applied, but right now there isn't any normal thrusters, so add other thrusters to the ship. But let's get something working. So apply damage. Now this thing will have the thruster damage type, which I'm going to have to make public. So the ship's going to get subsystem. Eventually we have the thruster, the landing thruster. And this will have add damage. This is where it falls apart too. No, that's right. We can have this on our empty class. It's landing thruster. We can override that, and at this point we know it's going to be a landing thruster type here. So make this protected. And this is still going to need that. And this is going to be the same comment as before. Add more thrusters. Duplicating the same error messages. Comments, sorry. So the only subsystem that we're going to have currently right now are landing thrusters, and this is where the damage is going to happen. So to do, well, let's just do some damage over here. So the landing thruster has things like force and so on. So let's just deal with it being broken. Handle the different types of damage. Thruster damage. So we'll do a switch on the thruster type, no, on the damage. But, oh, because I needed thruster damage, my bad. this is not exposing anything. Alright, this is exactly what I wanted to have. The damage type. Switch on the damage type. And that's just going to be a get. Oh, don't do this to me. What's this grief now? What's which command? Oh, it's not. Oh, right. As. Now create a get only property. It's going to spit out. Again, this is not going to live on this one, it's going to live on this one. It's going to spit out that. So now we do a switch on all of those. And we'll just deal with this one for now. Kill the thruster. So, thrust, let's call it broken. Broken equals true. And we'll make that thruster here as protected. And if it's broken, none of that shit works. If it's broken, basically every update, this is going to have an update. Can I do that? Yeah, so ship subsystem to our monitor behavior. It's good. Every update, if it's broken, if the thruster is broken, turn off its thrust. So every single frame will set this thrust amount to 0. So no matter what you do to it, it'll set back to 0. I can also do a check here. Make sure, just to be double sure, make sure the thruster isn't broken. If broken, fail. So we'll definitely never get a chance to get repaired. So now we need to figure out how to repair this thing, but let's first break it. So I need in my ship, sorry, in the damage, what do I call this? Ship damage? Ship damage. I'm beginning to think now that this doesn't need to be a whole class, but maybe it should be. Yeah, the ship shouldn't need to deal with this crap. Add damage. And damages take apply damage with a ship. So this thing will always know about its ship. Ship equals get opponent ship. And here, so this be our ship dot. Damn it. The whole point is the ship didn't need to do anything clever. Fuck's sake. .99% of me wants to go full on generics here and have some unique damage. This is the way you should be doing this. Damage should not have all these different landing thruster damages. You'd have one damage class that was like, hey, I'm damaged. This would inherit from damage. It would be generic of the subsystem type, like landing thruster. That's the way this should be done. But that's a bit heavy for my students. That is a slippery slope, so I don't want to get into right now. So if it means it's going to be a little clunky, then so be it. So when ship damage, what's the nicest way I can do to apply this? The ship doesn't have any concept of damage right now. But then the damage doesn't have any concept of subsystem. It does, as a subsystem type. So I guess I'll make another method called get subsystem. Fuck. No, because the damage is supposed to just apply. Thinking too hard here. Thinking way too hard. The ship. Once the damage is applied to the ship. Yeah. We don't need this add that. No, yeah. We don't need this at all. We just need damage dot apply damage, and that takes the ship. Good. Got it. Alright, so we're going to start with some damage. Let's, probably should have some logging on here. I will, apply, all the damage will come through here, the ship's damage system. So I'm going to have an apply damage that just takes the damage, just so I can log it in one place. I want some logging. Now, this suggests that these things will be turned to a string, so I could teach my students how you could have a toString override, which will return. You don't have to do this. This is optional. Damage to, and that would just be the subsystem type. Just so it looks nice and locked. All right. Start with some damage. My little testing thing in here, so it lights up. Now we need to add some damage to game 4. I'm going to commit my code. Fixed. What did I do? Oh my god, tons of stuff. Tons of shit. Here's my last commit. Okay, so I added cluster effects and sounds. Refactored ship subsystem. Damage. So it's added ship damage. Adding good enough. Probably some other stuff in there. And let's make some damage. So normally I would make a folder called data. Any game I would consider friendly at all to a designer, I would have a folder simply called data. And in there you would put all the things that a growing designer needs. Like you want to say, I'm going to make some landing cluster damage, and I'll just call it landing thruster disabled. That's going to be the disabled damage. So what happens to the landing thrusters? The chance per minute, I don't know, once every few minutes, chance per minute, 10%. No idea how this is going to work. The thruster type has to be landing. This is that redundancy I don't like. We have to do that twice. And the damage will be disabled. So when this is applied to our thruster, sorry, our landing thruster, that's where it only reacts to this and sets it broken. So when I start the game, well, it's not true. I need to, again, another thing I would never do in a production game is I wouldn't make a designer do what I'm about to do. Spaceship, add a damage, and then drag that over. I can just find all those damages in here. There's no reason for that to be done manually. Unless you wanted to have it so certain scenarios or something that didn't announce damage. So I should end up with a broken thruster. Sure, my planet gravity is off still. Yep. My controls be non-VR. Yep. And one of my thrusters should not work. Probably some errors first. Okay, we got some more listeners in the scene again. What happened there? I just deleted all these. I'm sure I deleted all the listeners. There's one there. Did I recreate these? I probably did. Probably made new cameras. There was an error as well. Which is probably when it couldn't find... Okay, so shit. Right, this is one thing I missed. This subsystems is empty. So what I want to do is make this thing public. Whenever, so a landing thruster in this case. Oh, I need to go actually make all of these landing thrusters now, which is gonna fucking suck. Actually, it's not going to because they're basically the same. Still, have to do that. So they're landing thrusters now. What it's gonna do is when any of these subsystems wake up, any of them, they go, yo, find my ship. So I'm assuming the ship's going to be its direct parent. Do is the ship always going to the parent? Maybe not, but if not, we'll look harder. So we store this thing's going to know about its ship, which will be get component in parent. I told you it might not be the parent. It might be, well, maybe it will. If every subsystem is a physical thing you can hit with a wrench, it probably will have to be a child. So find the ship. And immediately do this. Ship dot subsystems dot add this. So whenever I'm gonna kill him. As soon as they're gonna die. It's gonna be too complicated. Shit. So whenever a subsystem wakes up, no matter what it is, it tells its ship, "Hey, I'm a subsystem." There you go. You don't have to maintain that list. Now we're getting more errors. So my subsystems, well, it applied damage, gave me a null in my where here. Subsystem is T, so let's hit this up. First debug of the game. Site. Could have avoided it if I just logged it here. See if I can avoid a debug. Adding name subsystem to the ship. So at least you'll see if the 3 landing thrusters got added. Didn't. There's a whole bunch of messed up stuff. That's start here. This is possible because this is happening in, where's this call happening from? Start. I did say subsystems happen in a wake. Did this not get called? Subsystem. Landing thruster should call it. Boom. Boom. Wait. See if this ever gets reached. Now I have to do this debugging. Okay, hit that at least. No, it didn't. Shit. So my thrusters, these dudes, when they woke up, Is it because it's abstract that this doesn't get pulled? Alright, I need to Google that. Unity C# abstract class model behavior. Awake. Pulled. Newbie answer. Newbie answer. Why is this not getting called? Awake. No, it's just abstract. What if I don't make it abstract? Get called now? Oh, fuck. I see what happened. Should have read the whole stack trace, and this is a clue here as well. This error is saying, whoa, ship doesn't exist. Ship's set here in thruster. This should be protected. And it should be an override. And this ship subsystem should have this as protected virtual. I think my student, that shouldn't scare my students too much because they've dealt with that before. So landing thruster won't matter because we don't do the wake, but this now will. So now this has to hold base on a wake. Otherwise it never reached this point, never added to the subsystems. But it also doesn't make sense why it got an error here. You should have found that. Should have found that ship, so we'll see. Cool. Cool, cool. So it added the 4 things, and then each one got an error as well. Because ship is pulled here and in here, so that was not necessary. Ship is also overwritten. Oh, I see what happened. Protected. There's a ship. I think there's variables that are fighting each other. Not private. Fields, not private. Still have an underscore. Alright. It's not finding ship here, but it's Right, no, this is the base. Ship's not being found. So it's one of these ship subsystems is not a child of a ship. And the only ones I'm doing are the only ones are these are children. Landing thruster's child of a ship. How is it not finding that? Or it's not reaching the method. Yeah. Thought so. Oh, I wouldn't have got this far otherwise. And the error is happening. Where is it happening? Let's carry on. That's all my error. All my. Where is this error happening? Awake. Have I got more systems somewhere? Oh. No, I did remove them. They're here. Removed. It's not because I didn't apply that, I'm sure. What am I missing here? Okay, where is the stack trace for stuff? I think you know, this is coming from the thruster awake subsystem awake. This is coming from also from thruster awake subsystem awake. And just quickly add a little known trick that you can actually, in your debug logging, you can add an object to the end, which means when you select that mess debug.log, it highlights in the hierarchy what object needs to be passed in. So I can find out if this is coming from the same object. So it sounds like it's been calling awake twice, which is strange. It is. It's calling. Well, not necessarily. It's calling this, and then this is. Oh shit! Forgot to create my subsystems list. Forgot because there's even as an auto property, it still needs to be created. God damn! Should have carried on with the debugging. Skipped over the first bit. All right, let's try again. See some damage. They're unhappy. What was the first unhappy thing? Added that, added that, added that, added that. Applied the damage. Then got to a C. Then in this roll, of course, exploded because all is fucked. I need to get thrusters. They are wired up still, right? I checked this already. Oops. That's because I changed them to landing thrusters. Whoops, these are landing thrusters. Which doesn't really matter. Actually does. I think it does. It shouldn't. It shouldn't matter. No, it does matter, because when I go through my subsystems, I'm specifically going to be looking for landing thrusters when I do this T thing. This. So it has to be landing thrusters. Otherwise that will fail. So now I need to wire those up again. Once the system's up and working, it's going to be really easy to add new damage. Once I'm happy with the system. Oh, there it goes. Buggy. Where's 0? Okay. I think it's unflashed now. So it worked. Except when it broke my thruster, it didn't. It means it didn't turn off. That's okay. I just need to basically turn off my thrusters at the beginning. Just need to turn my thrusters off at the start. So when a thruster starts up, any thruster starts up, we should turn it off. Set thrust amount to 0. That should look better. I could make it so it has like sputtering smoke or something, or makes a horrible sound when you try to activate it. That shouldn't be hard to add. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Oh, it still didn't work. But the damage is there. Set the thrust amount to 0. Also setting it my update to 0. So why am my particles broken? Shouldn't even need to do it here. Well, I will anyway. Oh, I'm gonna get some food. BRB. Check, check. Okay. What was I doing? Right, this. No, it's rigid body. So that was in start. Now it's no wait. Should have fixed it. No, interesting. Rigid body. That's no. And shit, that's no. You're awake. Now it's the thruster awake. Is it in awake? So it might get pulled first. I'm not going to even do this in awake. It's not necessary. It's handled in updating. Still don't know why that's not turning it off though. The only thruster that's working is the dead one. No errors. These thrusters work. That one's dead. But it's bloody engine's still on. Why? Set to pulse. Yeah, let's hit a debugger. So we go into there. It's broken. Oh, fuck's sake, we bailed here too. So many bails! Even if broken. Oh, I made this thing and never goddamn used it. So you can force it to update it even if it's broken. That's the plan. It does some dumb stuff like adds a 0% thrust and shit. But doesn't do any harm. I think it works. So 1, 2's dead, 3 and 4. So 2's dead. Cool. Kind of cool to visualize this on the screen or something like a damage report. I wanted to add some HUD anyway, so let me see if we got this. That was my to-do list doing damage. And that would be nice because I can then damage the screen and see how that affects it. Damage, we got landing thruster damage. Well, landing thrusters broken. It would suck if you got one that just makes it sort of stuck on. Because what are you supposed to do? Land? Like, I guess you could kind of get out of your ship, but it's gonna be a nightmare. I guess you could just hammer on your console until it fixes it. Screen flickering. That one's like screen flickering / static. That's what I want to do. And to test that, I'm going to put damage display. It's going to be so hard to do. I want to do UI on this canvas. I can't really properly look at it except for this tiny view here, so it'll be an interesting way of doing UI. Alright, front screen, center screen will have some text on it. Scale it. I definitely need a font. I need a wicked font for this. I'm a sucker for good fonts. There was one I used in a project the crime box that I think I like quite a lot. Or not. Which crime box? No, that was a AI game jam. Fonts. This one. Yeah, I still like it. I'll go with that font for now. To life about the project. Fonts. Make a new font from it. Text Mesh Pro. Okay. Now we got a nice font. Neat. It's obviously got to be green. So I want this to be the bottom. I'm gonna have to make the screen fit better. Let's make it the bottom left. I guess it's gone off the edge. Let's stretch across the bottom. I need margins. I think I'm. This is a really awkward way of. Super awkward. Do I want to fix the UI? Try to fight this thing? No, it looks like it's fine. It's there. Although the raw image, yeah, the raw image has got margins. Big margins. Right, that explains that. So this center screen is too big. Now I got something to gauge it by. And that is this margin. This is really fucking hard to. Now it's nowhere near as bendy as it needs to be. Hard to see. Slayer. Yeah, I won't be able to use the speed apparently for UI stuff. That's alright. Is that? Oh, now it's motion. Okay. I'll have to do. Text. Yeah. Okay, so what's this text in? Damage report. I'll have it green, obviously. Damage report. We'll have something like front, left, ending, thruster, status could be borked at the definitely needs some silly words for broken stuff. A little bit of margin. Rather damage report at the top. Bold. This should be size 50%. Better off these are not size 50%. The top one is size 100%. damage with the font size. Hold the damage. Need some drop shadows. Drop shadows on displays are kind of dumb though. Give it a new preset in case I want to. Underlay. So sure about drop shadow. Maybe if I make it a shuffle. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna have to go with it. We need something. Damage report's gonna be something like this. So this is what we're displaying. The damage report. That's gonna be handled by the damage system. Ship damage. So when we apply this damage, we'll keep a list of these things. Well, not really, because I don't know when they've been fixed. That's the problem. I also don't know what type of damage it is. So that doesn't happen until I've applied it to the ship. I mean, I can look at the damage, but that's specific to what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'll have this thing be able to be told that add damage report, and it'll just take it like a string, well, it'll structure damage report, and this will add it to active damage add damage report. Then I'll update the damage display. Sure. So this will be just so this could be a little structure. It'll just have a public subsystem, ship subsystem. Should be its with these properties. And this will be string just saying description. Should be something silly. Sorry, just getting a text message. Okay. So I'm creating these damage reports. Well, listing outside stuff shouldn't need to care about this. Damage reports can be private, actually. This can be private. And this would. And then this will just take the ship subsystem and the description. Damage report. The subsystem. Why are we using capital S's in subsystem? And that's the subsystem. And the description is description. This is going to be a list. Read only list. And that's what we work out based on that string. This is gonna be like this. So I'll have you this should be created. Okay, I'll go get our image report text dot text text equals first bit and new line, and then this will be basically just damage report. Active damages select damage. And that'll make a report of it. Well, I'll just do a damage to the string. That's going to need to be. Can I do it this way? Or am I thinking of Python? Thinking of Python. String.join new line with these. That's a TMP text. It's going to be a remove damage report. Damn. So this sucks. It sucks because that means I'm forcing other things to know about this, the damage report. Like other things need to say, oh, we need to remove that now. Alternatively, I could every single frame get all the damage reports. That might be easier. It's not going to be that slow, really. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this. People give me shit for this all the time, doing it every frame, but it's like, it's so, it really is not a big deal. It saves me having to keep track so much, keeps the code simple, and it's like negligible. Reading a piece of text and compiling a list of stuff that's typical every frame, then probably shouldn't use a lot of components. Because they do it inside. So I will basically ask for every single subsystem in order. Say, yo, ship dot subsystems dot select subsystem dot get damage report lines. No, that's forcing the UI elsewhere. So this should return a bunch of it has to be consistent, otherwise we're going to end up with like borked returning to broken, turning to missing, turning to pooched in like every frame. It'll turn to random descriptions. You don't want that. So I want active damage as a thing. Active damage can just return just a list of damage.
Now I can't gotta be careful here because these damages are scriptable objects. They're not duplicates of anything. So it kind of has to be a damage report. Which means when damage is applied, this is not great. I'm regretting using scriptable objects because you can't treat them, you can't put them in lists or anything because they refer back to a master in the project assets. So exist in memory, other than cloning them, which is not what they're for. Alright, I have a better idea. Let's go through all of the subsystems. And get a status. Okay, we'll have it if it's damaged. Let's go through all the subsystems. Get the ones where subsystem is damaged. We can figure that out. Then we select a damage type. So I have a damage type somewhere, and I've made choice. Damage type has something really specific. Yeah, thruster damage type. I'm not going to have thruster damage type. I'm going to have just damage type. We have two of those. Do I have more now? And now I think damage type is going to be generic, so we can live here. And as long as that list can include every possible damage type to all the systems, it doesn't really matter because I can make synonyms for all of these. And now all I need to know is the damages. I don't need to know. So if it's damaged, select. So if the system's damaged, then select all the select many. I want to flatten this. Subsystem.subsystem dot select dot active damage dot select damage So I got a question from a client. It's a weird question. Get back to that later. So now I've got damage. I want to create damage. No, fuck. Same problem. Same problem that every frame it'll end up swapping out to a different synonym. If I want to use synonyms for comedy value, then I can't keep changing them. It's gonna be one or the other. It's making sense up to here. Go through all the subsystems where it's damaged, and then select all the active damages that I have, and then what I was going to do is create damage string here, and I would take the damage type, and then map it to it's this fucking scriptable objects. They're killing me here. And I could fix it quite easily, but the way I'm going to fix it, C drives on small. The way I want to fix it was it's going to be a bit much for my students. What is going on with my C drive? Go find memory. scriptable objects was not worth it. It's not a complex thing, but I'm always piling a lot onto my students, and I don't want to have another thing that's just more complexity. So for the sake of my students, I'm not going to do, I'll stick with scriptable objects until I find they're totally not going to work, and then I'll do the other thing. But so basically, I'll create a damage string out of the damage, and it'll always say the same thing. There'll be no synonyms. It won't make anything funny. Right, subsystems. How can you tell they're damaged? Well, that means that active damage, which I guess will be the cover for this thing. Any. What's active damage, you say? Push. That's a field. That's a list of damage. And okay, select many. Up to active damage. What's that? Let's get on for active damage. Oops, and that should be. Select to say, well, it's going to produce a string from the damage. Now it's happening. Oh yeah, that can be tuned into a method group, which means that kind of fits on one line, given for me. So, I guess it's going to depend on a bunch of the damage stuff. Like, what is it? So subsystem type. I want to do a thing I haven't done this before. I'll do it for now, and if it's what's eating up my hard drive space, first of all. So much stuff. I moved my downloads folder. How did it come back? Did I just bloody move this thing? Sorry, fucking maintenance here. Move this. D times. D downloads. Yes. We're moving all the files, so I just said to go free up my space. Okay, damage string will. Oh, I wanted to do something. It's a little cheeky. It's not necessary, but I want to have it so C# and convert. This will be a regex or something. I'm capable of writing myself. Convert camel case to. Actually, I think Unity does this. Unity camel case to. I think Unity. Yeah, it does. That saves me having to explain it to anybody, to my students. Object names dot nicify variable name. Basically just add spaces between camel cases, gets rid of things like underscores and all that shit, so I can just give this object names dot nicify variable name. Hopefully that's not a editor thing. Damn, it's an editor thing. Bastards. Which means I can't use it in a build. Why would you do that to me? title case, spaces. Text info. Don't want title case. Add spaces. This is definitely a C# thing now, not a Unity thing. Camel case, Pascal case, title case, they'll kind of mean the same, similar things. Ugh. Yeah. The regex. I was hoping this thing wasn't a regex, but I'll just throw credit in there so I'll see where that came from. It's credited. So the whole thing, well, we'll pull this var subsystem name. That's what this is going to equal. That's going to be the damage dot subsystem type. Not too straight. Then what we return is actually we're going to do the same thing with damage type name. Which I didn't make public. Alright, cluster damage has a damage type. I want this damage type now it's generic to be in damage. Yep. So this will be damage type, same thing. So now I could say that the subsystem name is bold. And then the damage type of damage. So I've just done away with it. I won't be able to do synonyms and funny stuff, but I mean I could do it in a few minutes, but the way I do it would be a bit heavy for my students. That's a problem. Solve my problem. What? 256. Oh, there we go. Okay. Problem solved. Yeah. Alright. To credit. And damage report is not really relevant anymore. Either this. I do want to just put this in here though. Oh, actually, hang on, go back. Rewind. This is only going to give me lists of this. I need to put that inside. So this will be like equals. I guess I could put this in another helper property. Private one. Private string full damage reports. Just be that. That's going to be actually an array of strings, or not enumerable of strings. A bit bloody long, so let's break this up a bit. Select many. So all damage reports is a list thingy me of strings, so now I would do this here. Now let's do that every frame. Not sure about the every frame part yet. Now, let's see. Damage report be empty initially. So every single frame will get at least damage report blank, and then we should have at the beginning one thing broken on there. Pilot error, generic damage types. Much stuff's not wired up, obviously. My damage system. The damage report was blank, but it shouldn't be. Something should be broken. Yeah, one of my thrusters is dead. Trying to read my UI when it's spinning around, flying around the place. So it's not getting. That's because I'm not actually adding to add damage. So in my subsystem, this whole active damage thing is not happening. So this is actually, oh, it does. So add damage. So this is virtual, so this should always be full. So I'll make sure this one, everything does do that. This is still broken, I just realized. Scriptable objects. What a nightmare. Scriptable objects kill me here. Never have used them. Never have used them. I should have been using them as definitions and making clones out of them. Well, if it comes to that, I at least know a fast way of fixing that. So if it becomes a huge problem, I'll just show my students how they can get around that kind of thing. So the one thing that does take damage is the landing thruster. And it definitely needs to roll base now. Because that's the one that does. And same with here. Good. Now we should have a maintained list. It should appear on the screen before it floats off into space. One of the thrusters should be broken. Okay, that's great. But it's just called landing thruster, doesn't say which one. And that's kind of to be expected, because the damage doesn't have a fucking clue. And I can't do shit because I'm using this subsystem. Alright. Can't use this. Can't use these scriptable objects anymore. So how that's gonna work is they will become definitions. So script and all scriptable objects anymore, they're damage like definitions. And they'll basically when they're applied, it'll clone itself. That's a definition, damage definition. So all the things inherit from this. Oh, there's only a couple. Oh, good. They went ahead and gave me the bad spelling. Oh, great. Well, damage definition I don't need. Yeah, sure, I'll leave definition there so it's specific. Now, this is where it's different. This is where it's different. This is where we say, I'm not going to use the word clone, but it's basically what we're doing is we are going to create damage. And that's going to be way down in our damage definition. We're going to have a protected. Being able to turn to damage. It's going to be an actual damage object. It doesn't exist anymore. See how much this fucks up. So I don't have to have matching damage for every single thing. Really don't want to do that. Solution for this is you don't. You have many types of damage definitions, and you have one type of damage, like this, and that is a raw class. So I can do all the fancy shit I want with it, like give it generated cool names and funny stuff, and remove it more easily, and yeah, have duplicate damage and stuff. That's gonna be great. And then it just knows about a damage definition. I desperately want to use generics all over this, but I'm not going to for my students' sake. If I revisit this game in the future, then I definitely will. So this will be called definition, and that's it. That will be it's not a damage type. It's an actual script in its own right. So when I create a damage definition, damage definition, I return new damage. Well, the definition is this. Pretty much it. Now it's legitimate. Well, actually, I'll make it a constructor at least, because that way I can do some fun scripter stuff if I want to, like some generation of things. But now I'll just get it working as is. This will be private for now, and it will be public very soon, I'm sure. Okay, crack on, create damage. What does it want? Listing spits out damage. It's private, it's not, it's protected. This wants a damage definition. Now this is where it all gets nice and tidy. All this everywhere changes to damage, which is great because it's an actual unique damage and not some reference to a mastered thing. make a brand new one, you can compare them against each other because they're not just a scriptable object living in the project assets. You can't change any. Nothing in project assets can have state. You can't have like amount % fixed or how damaged it is or any kind of names attached to it. You can't have any of that because you're actually that would be actually changing the name and stuff on the scriptable object which is in your project assets, and that's you don't do that. Why is this switching? Because there's errors in the other places. So that's damage. Do this automatically, but I want to see that. So, yeah. No, because now this is just different. Like, what was the point of it even being thruster damage before? Was the thruster? Oh, he's all pluralized still. Gotta be really careful when I pull that maneuver I just did. Adding an S and then doing rename, it can totally fuck up Unity's compiler. Like when you bust up your project at the point you have to delete the solution file sometimes. Now I would say definition dot. That's where this comes in. I just need to start to know more. That's when I actually spit out this guy. Now this is no longer a thing because this is all this was doing is the apply part. Shit. This is still different. This is still fuck. Well, not really, because when if I've at this point I know I'm the right kind of damage, then the subsystems thing is a problem. And literally only for this like the thing when there's 4 of them. Well, there's gonna be other cases, but let's find a better way of doing this. Let's bring this along to where this is cold. Not found. Wonderful. Where it was cold. Here. Like here. Yeah, that's going to be an actual damage. Where's this get posed? No, these are definitions. These are nothings right now. These would be definitions. The only place I do use damage definitions is there. This takes a damage definition. Oops, not there. Takes a damage. Getting there. This takes a damage definition. And it creates a clone. The actual damage is damage definition dot. How the hell did I create that damage? Create damage. That's protected. Public. Create damage. That is applied to the ship. But all this is a damage. So how do I bring this behavior in there? Because all damage, all this is going to ever be is one of these, which is dumb as hell. But it does have a definition, which means it doesn't really know, it does know what it's about. And those definitions could be things like this. And because these are legitimate scriptable objects, they can provide functionality. So they can actually provide this. So the definition itself is okay. In fact, that's why crate damage was fine. Yeah. So I don't need, this is okay. These actually here, the damage definition has got the applied damage on it. I shouldn't even need this. Yeah, damage definition. Because inside there is where it does, it's abstract, and anything that wants to do something fancy, like the landing leg thrusters, all it needs to do is create the damage here. That's the kicker. It has to create damage. Which is fine, because it's the only thing we can do, and we can't exactly pass this through. So it's not like we're going to forget everything. So that's going to be fine. Yeah. Oh. And there's two strings. This is stupid. That should be on the damage. Oh. This thing needs a good way of describing itself. So the kicker here is when it does apply damage, so this is the definition, it applies damage to the ship. Then my spot where I am different, like here, this is where I actually choose one of the subsystems. So I get my random landing thruster, and that will be my get random subsystem. Now I have a name for it, so I can say, check it out. First of all, the random thruster, apply the damage to it. But I could also say, I can't. I don't actually have a damage object. That's right. I can pass that through because I'm asking the definition to apply this damage to this ship. It's doing a service effectively because it's the only one that will know how to do it differently. So this apply damage to ship. It's going to be the new base thingy. So apply damage. Damage to ship. So this is probably really boring. This refactoring is not interesting to watch. Is anybody out there? So now it applies the damage to the ship, and now we have the damage. Otherwise, the damage was basically pointless. And now it's cool. When we apply it to the ship on the landing thrusters, we've got the damage here, so we can say, you know what, damage? You now actually have a specific subsystem that you damaged, which would be let's call it subsystem. Now will be our random landing thruster. No, let's call it something better. Subsystem name. Now it can be equal to the random thing we chose dot name. But I do want to use my prettification thing. So this is going to have to be static. So I want this. Oh no. I'm good. It's just this is coming from the wrong thing. This needs to come from the damage, which should be the actual subsystem. Dot name. The subsystem is going to be actually that's going to be ship subsystem. I'm not gonna ruin my students too much with this. There's plenty of content for my students tomorrow that I can tackle easily. Even if only if some of these the nice features don't make it into the finished version, that's okay. I bet it's better for me to do more and peel away the complex stuff that doesn't fit. So I'd rather do more and then not teach all of it. I'll leave all the code in the Git repository. You can go forward with it, but I'll teach the core chunks. Yeah. And this is going to be the damage definition .damage type, which we already have. Now it's an actual subsystem. So when is this thing applied? That's going to happen when we do the damage, which is here. We don't really have to, because at this point we're adding the damage. So the damage is on a subsystem, so we can say, yo, damage, check it out. You're a subsystem, it's me. So that it's totally unnecessary. Which means this is totally unnecessary. Things are simplified. Just get just some leftover garbage. Why does this need to even do anything? Get thruster damage. Well, first of all, it's just damage, and we don't care about this thruster damage thing. It's just damage. Oh, sorry, definition. So this is that kind of having a dot definition in something that comes from a scriptable object. Easier workaround to have. Like in a card game, you'd have a bunch of actual cards, but each one would have a card definition inside. That's actually what specifies what the card does, and its costs, points, whatever. That's the definition of what the card is, and then the card class just points to that. And then you have as many of cards if you want pointing to the same definition. Card definition can then provide things like this, applying damage to ship. This is where it can be done differently depending on what kind of damage definition it is. I think that's finally everything. So the test of all that should be, it should say something something landing thruster broken. Back right thruster disabled. Perfect. So that worked. And it got rid of one of my parts of the big chunk of code I didn't like. So need to. Another reason I did that is I wanted to have it so when a damage is created, over in this, when this is done, yeah, in here we can do some cheeky stuff like have an actual display name, and that could be get. I'll just make this up. I want this to be something you could add to in. I'll make it in code for now. I'll make it so it could be added to a scriptable object or something like that. This display name will be display name. Display names equals display names. Let's try. So I should do this a little bit less backwards. This will be a dictionary of damage types and string arrays. The reason for this is, in lieu of doing this in code, I can do this rad thing here. I'm just going to do it down so it's out of the way of everything. I'm going to define this whole thing like this. This will be the damage type. So if I have disabled, I could then have a new list of strings, all nicely packed in here. And this would be like, you know, it's broken, disabled, blocked, worked, working, screwed. I could go on, I will. Is bugger, no, bugger's a bad word in the UK. I suppose I shouldn't swear in the code at least. Borked, borked, borkin is MIA. Good enough. And I can have one of these for every single kind of damage type. So we can have more damage types that I would add to. I'll never teach. I'm not going to teach my students this whole thing with damage type. I'm going to simplify for my students for sure. Because I'm getting carried away here. It's gonna be challenging, but so it's going to be try get value given the definitions damage type, and that'll be out var damage names. And then that'll be in an if statement. So if it could find one, then the display name will be damage names indexed by random range 0 to the damage names length. If it can't find one, then the display name will just be this damage type thing, which will look ugly enough that will force me to hopefully go through and add some better ones. We have damage, we have damage, we have display name now. So when I'm displaying these guys over in ship damage, I can use their I'm not gonna do any of this regex stuff. I'm just gonna use damage as display name. Yeah. It's just kind of unnecessary now. So now I should have funnier names. Damage report is no longer a thing. So use damage report. So we should have a more humorous name. Display name equals damage type 2 string. 6 o'clock. I was meant to do this during. Oh yeah, I wanted to add screen damage. I added landing thrusters broken. That's done. Damage reports. That's kind of done. I mean, they might not work when the damage goes away, but they should. So we'll run this. Now I want to do some screen damage. Front right thruster MIA. Now I should probably name these things better then. They should be more specifically named. Landing thruster, because I'm actually using these names. Now, let's smash the screen up. So we're going to need a new type of damage. We need a class for it. Damage types. Now, this should be like, the system should be in place now, so adding new damage should be easy. Added, proper damage. Damage report. Center screen. Good. So good. I'm just going to enable my VR view here. That's actually way. It's better. So I want some screen damage. So I'm gonna make a new damage type. This is the wrong file name. How'd that even work? So now I'm gonna make this damage definition. Just clean up a bit. Now I'll get some complaints about namespaces, but no matter. So we'll start. I'm gonna sneeze. Sneeze. Where are you? So I'll make a screen damage definition class. What definitions again? Bloody. And that will be a damage. Sick of these words. And what's special about this one? Nothing really. Apply damage to ship. Pretty much going to be the same as almost identical to this. Or it doesn't even want to be, so I can create it. God, definition. New screen damage. Screen damage. And same as this, it's going to just give it simple. So this is simply you can look for a screen. I guess a random one. Totally depends on this could affect a certain screen. I could make 3 of them. I totally could make 3 of them, I suppose. I don't think each screen needs to be particularly different. I'd rather they just break. Oh god, screen's taken. Public class screen. Say ship subsystem. Don't let Unity tell you otherwise. Subsystems. This could definitely be called subsystems now, I think. I don't think I used anything else. I'm not sure why it changed. Can I renew? I'm such a perfectionist when it comes to shit like this. This could be called subsystems. Why did I call it subsystem types? I don't know. Was there a reason? Now all of these will have this whining planing error that's not. Can I do this across this system? Yeah. Fix them all. Long in here. 9 hours. No, 8 hours. Probably gone with 8 with me. Maybe 6. Everything fixed. You happy? Right, well these screens, I just slap them on there because they don't. Which bit do I want to mess up? So those on the screens. These screens do I want? Yeah, because they're canvases. So let's add our screen subsystem. Each one of these. And we've got our screen damage definition. So we find a random subsystem for screen. Now, because this is a ship subsystem, it will automatically add itself to the ship. So all of those screens should now be added to the ship automatically. Let's test that quick. Just see all the screens. Yep, all the screens were added. Neat. Now what makes this thing different? I guess how it takes damage. So we have a thruster, landing thruster, and it's all about this add damage. We want to always pass it through the base. So when we add damage, just like we do here, to our screen, do all that, make sure the damage is for this subsystem. Now, because this is coming from a screen damage definition, I could specify what screen is for. Could. And the screen could have a screen type, but I don't really care at the moment. So if it's got this far, for it to have gotten this far, it had to make it through this one, which means it had to get past that. So we already know we're dealing with a screen, otherwise we never would have got here. So this is unnecessary. So we can be pretty straightforward. Have different types of damage. Now the compromise I made is that all damage types, no matter what they're for, all go in here. So disabled makes sense, stuck on doesn't make any sense. Intermittent totally means static, staticky. So disable's pretty straightforward. We just kill the screen. So disabled, yeah, disabled equals true. Does this have the remove damage too? Do we have the remove damage? We do. And now I can see some edge case bugs, but if you add the same damage twice and then you remove one of them, it fixes it. But I'm not super concerned about it right now. I could just prevent adding some damage twice. So I'll say the screen is disabled. So and now, sure, intermittent, I guess could be some static thing. I'm just worrying about this disabled one for now. So now, in our, just like we did with our landing thruster. Sorry, the reason I did it is a broken here so the thruster can handle it. Just like in this, we have if it's broken in the update of the screen. So if it's broken, woohoo, so I disabled. If it's disabled, then place the screen. Yeah, I'll just put something in front of the screen on top of everything that's says like out of order. Something down. I'll just make that simple. We'll have like district kicks out of disabled UI got set active to be if it's disabled or not. And this will just be a game object. That's some UI on the screen. It is just a canvas after all. So I'll make one that's on top of everything else. If this goes, and you have static on it, you can just say out of order. So every screen needs one. Start in the middle. UI image that big. Make it black or something. Yeah. Just need. We'll just disabled. Disabled UI. Disabled. And we'll have some text in the middle. Just a sad, disappointed text. My favorite font. Red. Out of order. Beautiful. Lucky. And I should just do a copy of those into these other ones. Maybe not. Uh-oh. It's got some rotation in it. It does. Translation. So, close. No rotation. Hit the screen. Get rid of the Z. Wonderful. I would like them to be the same size. It's disappointing. And that's what each screen will have set up as its disabled UI. Now, any one of the screens could break. Except that's a really annoying thing I told myself I would make designers do. I'm doing it right now. Apparently, is you have to add damage, and you need to make a new damage, a new screen damage for screen disabled screen damage. So it's the subsystem will be specific about what screen. Do I care? I don't think I do. Damage definition, subsystem type. I think that could just be screen. So I find a reason otherwise. Now where do I check this? Do I check this against anything? What's this being used for? That's the only place it's used for. So really subsystem type doesn't make any sense. At all. Because, again, this would never have gotten here if I hadn't already passed the gauntlet of this, which checks if it's a landing cluster. So it knows at this point it's on a landing cluster. So this is the same except for the thruster type is landing. But that's still a fair check to make. But we know, no, because the type isn't here, right? So yeah, that's fair. And if it's not, yeah. Again, you should never even reach that. So that makes all this pointless. And you're going to get any errors. So that simplifies. So it only matters where the definition comes from. That's completely fair. That seems very reasonable. Because it's screen damage, it's obviously only going to affect screens. So now I just have damage disabled. Give us another random number, I don't even know if that's going to be used. And when I hit play, because the screens aren't disabled, they... Well, actually, yeah, they will be switched on. Well, one of them might break. No, it won't, because I didn't add this new damage to my list. There. Now, one of the screens could break. Instead of the... There we go. So, the left screen is screwed. Fact. I haven't checked this in VR in a while. Let's see how usable it is. So, non-testing, VR, spaceship, VR controls. Oh wow, I had a link on that entire time. There's some crash my computer. Touched. Oh no, my middle screen's broken. It's not ideal. Oh, it makes me feel slightly not too bad. Right for landing. Speed, level it. Use my displays. Oh, that shadow in this one is perfect. Oh great, the drag will start from. Let's turn gravity on. I can use gravity and just. Gravity? Nope, the middle screen's fucked again. Nothing I got my other screens. Oh, it's rough. It's rough, but cool. Feels like a game. A game. Now, I want to get out of my ship. Let's do it. Alright, to get out of my ship. I refactored that crap, didn't I, to the ship class. So, what did I do here? Screen disabled. That's done, but no flickering yet. Of course, you can't tell what's damaged because my main screen was fucked. So, this is going to be my ship controls. If I hit E, that escapes the ship, but I'm going to need a button for that as well. Yeah, button down. Button.
probably primary right hand. Primary button right. Let's go then. Or I could do either left. This one's technically called A. A to exit ship. It should dump me on the ground. Enables my player controls, which don't handle VR at all anymore. So let's do the same thing here. We did for starship controls, spaceship controls. I have a VR control, same here. And just do the same thing. This is why I need to go explore the South Pole planet and find out there's a horrible bug there, like there was in the game jam where some of this code came from. This is the non-VR controls. This is the VR controls, so we need to steal some of this shit. That. Turn sensitivity. Don't have any vertical looking yet. So this will be horizontal. This will be vertical. Angel turning. Up and down. And angle movement. This is where it gets a bit simpler. That's the right stick. So the right stick looks left and looks up and down. Now this will be turn. Oh, that's right. I'm just say this will go forward and strafe. Should be my left hand. Basically the same as the ship. And this will be movement speed. Actually, no. That's handled later. It's handled in here. So now we don't have any of this crap. We have transform forward. We have forward times movement speed. That handles both of those. Instead of transform. Forward times forward. It's a bit weird, but and then the same right times strafe, and the button to get in will be the same as this. Get button down. That if you're nearby the ship, you enter the ship. That should just work. But I need to show that you can enter the ship in VR as well. That's currently only done with this shitty prompt here, so I need to make that world space. And that should be movement on planets, as long as it works on the South Pole. If it doesn't, then fuck. I don't know how to fix that. Oh, finally, this thing's been waiting for ages. Right, world UI around my face. This is usually very bad practice to do this, so I'm going to do it now for right now. It's bad practice to have fixed UI in world space. It's just bad for your head. I actually will label it testing because that shouldn't be, it's not suggested. Canvas is world space, size 0.02, 0.02, 0.02, width 10, 10, 0, 0, 0. Some text on it. Now, it's going to clip through everything. So another hacky solution is take your main camera, take this whole thing, label it as UI, and as children, take your main camera, this link, slow down, this killing me. Take your main camera, duplicate it, call it your UI camera, put it inside your main camera, reset everything, have it so it does nothing except for the UI, have it so it's clear flags that don't clear. Where's the depth only? I never remember. And then you're gonna need to actually make this text big enough to see. Yo. I'm not gonna quote testing because it's hideous and I can still make it better. Okay, it needs flipping around 180 degrees. It does. No, it doesn't. Oh, it usually does. How big is this thing still? Oh, it's really small. It's like 100, 100. And center the text. Enter ship. Want. Center it. Make it fun font. Definitely drop shadow it. Because to be over any color. No idea. 0.5 and minus 0.5. And now I'll say yes. A to enter ship. Small. Get it up with the player's face. This should render on top of everything, so it technically has to be under the camera, which is gross. This is not recommended. See how it's in front of everything as I've tried to with the cameras, but you don't do this because it's not going to lag behind, it'll be stuck to your face and it'll feel horrible. Now, what to do. So that's going to be on my layer controls. Internship prompt is there. Wait, where's the old one? Right, this old canvas. We'll do that one. And I need to make sure to find that at the start. I think I do. Don't. No, bro. You have to copy. Right, I'll just manually do it and find it. It's hidden. Okay, can I get any out of my chip? Oh, that's link. Hopefully I can get out and walk around. And then, I don't know. I think I need a short break or something to get recharge my brain.
my main screen again. It's always my main screen. It's busted. It does take it some getting used to. Okay, I can get out with. Oh, what happened? A. Oh. Okay, so first of all, the camera was looking in totally different direction than the player. I got a double thing here. Oh, I know what that is. So, okay. Right, let's pretend this face the way I'm walking. I should walk the way I'm. I really hope I don't have the problem I had. When I get to the South Pole, still walking straight, but I don't know where the South Pole is. I guess I keep an eye on the Milky Way. It's sad, I guess. It seems fine. I need to completely rethink it. Maybe I want to use teleportation or something. So the movement's a bit whatever. I should be able to walk around the entire time. Ooh, nice view. Now I'll be able to find my ship again. There's a sprint. Jetpack. I'm going to look at the scene view to see where the fuck I am. How bad is it, guys? How bad is it? Oh no. I'm never going to find my way back. I want to though. Violence. Okay, where am I? I want to turn right. It's not the one. Since my camera's up now, saying. Oh, some shit. No. This way. This way. Yeah. Get it straight. Find it. Ah. There he is. She is. Now let's see if she can take off. Right down. You're a little small. A little small. And the camera's depth needs improving. Do it now for you. Yeah. I got that wrong. The UI camera, does it do don't clear? No. It does depth only, but I think I need to bump the depth up to 1. And don't clear? What's the ideas? I know that I want my normal camera not to render the UI. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, I duplicated it with track pose on it. God, that looks so disgusting. It's farther away than ship is. Anyway. Ah, I need to stop playing. Let's go find my ship again. Now I can fix a lot of crap on here. So this doesn't have a tracking pose driver on it. It certainly doesn't have another audio listener on it. Or whatever that is. And then the main camera doesn't render UI. Just the world space. And then also world space. UI camera is above. And get out. Oh my god, my front right screen is borking. That's when I used to land. Cozy cockpit, yes. There we go. Hop on out. Go back over. So bad. Ah, damn. It was perfect except it stood me way up here in the air. Why is that? Hmm. Player, it's yeah. So just really small number it is. That was at a 0. What was it starting at? -1. Correct. I set the position to the clock position, but it needs to be -1. That's right. I would much rather just lower the cockpit, not seat -1. Except it's scale, doesn't it? Fuck. Okay. Don't do it that way. Take this the hard way. Okay, way up in the air again. And see if I find a decent value for this. This feels good. This is -0.25. Should be able to. Then we want to walk. I don't know the way the walking is working. But I know this is an issue because. Let's, hey, Kristen. So, I couldn't find any problems on the South Pole. But I think I'm doing the walking differently. I think I'm going to be using teleportation for this. Like, right now I'm just walking forward. And I think the problem was we were walking toward the cameras forward, so the player controls. This is annoyingly deep. So I want to find. Yeah, I'm going to make a. Camera. Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. I'm just going to try changing this up so we use, instead of walking in the direction of the rig, I'm going to walk toward the camera's looking direction. I'll leave the rotation.
And then, yeah, same for the camera's strafing. But I need to take that camera forward and flatten it. This is, I think, where we ran into the problems. We took that thing and we tried to project it down. So I'll have another stab at that, really. So basically, that's going to be forward, and then project it. Camera direction equals vector 3 dot project onto plane. And a plane is specified by something on the plane and a normal to the plane. If I have both of them. Something on the plane would be the position of the player, and the normal would be the player's left direction. So that's always corrected. So now my camera direction should be in line with the horizon, tangential to the surface of the planet. So I should be able to use that for, that's my camera forward. I can use in place of this, but I still need my strafe. So I'll do a camera right, and I guess do the same thing. Camera's right if my head's tilted. Yeah, if my head's tilted, that'll project down as well. Hang on, I'm not doing this right. Shit. No, the first vector is the vector is the thing where this doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see what they've done. They treated the entire plane definition as one vector. Normally you'd have a normal and a point on the plane. So the thing we're projecting is the first thing, and then the up is the plane again. So I guess, yeah. If these work, then now these are just really hideous. I'll leave it at that for a second because I'm not convinced it's gonna work. And I should have it so you can get in, get out, walk around. You got damage now, basic damage system. Come on, Guardian. You're gonna crash. Cool. I'm glad it took time to put some sound in here. It is like playing that old moon landing game. A bit of skill to it. There we go. And I can hop out. I can't move at all. Also, come up in the air. Oh god. Because the camera variable is not assigned. Whoops. That's why I didn't fall either. I should be falling. I definitely am not kinematic when I'm out there. I'm not using gravity either, so the gravity is being supplied by the planet. I mean, I can also cheat by just jumping out right now. Ship. Ah. Right. It worked for 90 degrees off. And I don't know if that's our problem we had or not. If that's the same problem that we had. Not. I'll just drop myself on the side of the planet. Where the hell am I? Player rig. Just over here somewhere. Before I was moving to the right. Oh no, I fell through.
I was moving to the right when I faced forward. Now I am moving to the right. Yeah, it's just 90 degrees off. Okay, well I just moved myself quite significantly around the planet. Let's go way over somewhere else. Let's go way over here. Like, let's see if I can get. No, we were using teleporting now. I think teleporting was part of the problem. I just keep seeming to be moving 90 degrees to the right. Yeah. Just moving 90 degrees to the right. Directly down the wrong bloody. I'm totally copy paste something wrong. This plus equals camera right equals camera transform right times strafe. Oh, what the fuck, Cash? I didn't know this was so fucked up before because it was so messed up before I didn't even question it. I was horizontal and vertical swapped. And this one should need to be inverted. God, Link is not happy. I restarted. Hold on, the computer. Yep. Link needs restarted. Need a crosshair on that screen. Beep, 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 and an altitude meter. And more metrics. Oh, long way. Yeah. Okay, get out. Yep, seems fine to me. Strafing looks fine. I tested the outside of the planet completely. It's the king. The fastest way to do that, just like drag it through the planet. Put like completely somewhere random over here. This works down here, I'm happy. I've just been weird staring at the problem too. I'm pretty sure it was teleportation that was fucked up. This we never used straight walking, and this is working completely fine. I never actually have to take off my planet, so I can get some distance. Never been far from home yet. It's not me on a ship. Think. Plop. Oh no, my ship's upside down. Okay, I can do this. Left. Straight. Oh. And then my ship would be so broken right now. I love coming out of the atmosphere, then it's great. Okay. Back. Planet. Okay, I need like a warp drive. So I thought of a mechanic that could be fun. That you start out near a planet pretty beaten up. Like stuff's broken randomly, and you gotta go land on the planet, find some stuff to like beat your ship back into shape, and then you take off, and then you go to warp to like the next system, and during the warp, when you come out of the warp, you're like all smashed up again because apparently your ship can't do anything. So you have to land on another planet. What maybe you have a choice of planets. You gotta like hobble your way to one of those planets, land, and just keep doing the same thing over and over again. While your abusive ship computer is just berating you, and then eventually you get home. I don't know what I'm doing differently here. Maybe I'm thinking more clearly now because this is pretty straightforward. I probably won't use it. I might use this. I'm going to get rid of some of this shit. So that would be camera forge. This would be camera right. This would be this whole thing would be used. As movement. And yeah, I know there's a million better ways you can fix the multiplication. I'm playing. Okay, so what I want to do here, it's some fun in this game. You look at the master list. Okay, well I've made efforts on the ship, spaceship controls, and the cockpit. Gravity simulations, mostly there. I'd say, and other physics is probably pretty decent. I'll leave that out though. Definitely have a cockpit view. The ship is a piece of scrap. It's falling apart around you. I haven't had random stuff been added yet. I think I need to make it so if you dent anything, it gets damaged. I need a much better landing model first of all, because my ship right now, its collision box is just stupid. Link off. Thank you. The collision mesh on this ship is just a joke. In fact, where is the collision mesh on this ship? Mesh collider. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so it's flat at the bottom. So if there's any kind of pebble or anything, then yeah, I need to put proper colliders on each thruster. And then because of that, if the thrusters get hit too hard, I can apply damages directly to the thrusters. So that means I can apply colliders to these guys, which is really cool. I wonder what these are. Is that the range of this sound? That's why it's so quiet. I don't know. So these guys will have cylinders. They have to be cylinder colliders. Please tell me we have cylinder colliders. We don't do. Shit. Well, capsule colliders would be fine. There's 4 of them. 4 of them makes a tripod. Height. There it is. This way we can have it, I can have it sink into the ground a little bit too. Nice. The feet kind of sink in. Just a touch. And then that would mean the stairs kind of sink in nicely. This should make it just land better. There. That will do for a collider. And each gonna need one. This one should just be paste it on. Get it fine. On the back.
so much. I don't know, that's good too. Move a little bit inwards. It's being nitpicky now. That should be good too. Copy. Back right. Paste. I'll make like the rest of the ship can pretty much just be a big old cylinder. Like a spaceship does not need this mesh collider, it's garbage. I'm not going to be running into stuff very often, so I think honestly just a tube that mostly encompasses it would be fine. Like the radius doesn't need to be all that. Face down the Z axis. Can I edit this? Oh thank god. Hide the cockpit. So the rest of the ship can just be this thing. You see, that's totally fine. That should do. I don't need a mesh collider anymore. No. I do need to use the spaceship physics material I made though on all the stuff because it's like slightly bouncy but not too bouncy and it's got a lot of friction. It's good for landing all these dudes. Spaceship. So that should land well. But now I also know which of these thrusters, when they hit the ground, I'll know how fast. On collision enter. I'll let the world know that this thing hit other dot name, dot fire dot name at other dot. Why is it called other? It should be called collision. Relative velocity. Dot magnitude. Sure, let's put meters a second. Radius, but whatever. That's speed. Now I can just do a bunch of test landings and see which one feels roughest. I'll know my threshold value. Well, I have to do it in VR, unfortunately. Kind of. Give it a check thing. But we should put debugging on the big screens. Oh great, it's the black screen. That's fucking great. Super. Why is it not rendering? Restart everything. Restart Unity, headset, hold it. What did I just add? Try committing all this stuff. Proper damage. Did I not commit that? Subsystems. Okay. These are completely new. Oh, I moved the folder. Whoops. So I have no idea what I did in here. Getting out of the ship. VR. are. Started work on impact damage. Lost anything for it. I should be able to just roughly crash this with one hand. Oh shit, it's doing a black screen again. Wait. Oh, I hit the cockpit. Damn. It's totally fine that whole time. Although restarting Unity was a good idea. So it should be heavy on the front, poof, and then a bit lighter on the back. What do we get? Nothing. What? Oh, did I not add those? I did. Landing thruster. Capsule collider. Did they have to be rigid bodies or something? No. I always confuse this part. Does one of them have to be a rigid body? Is that how it works? I think it is. One has to be a rigid body. It's cold when this collider / rigid body is cut into another part. I think. Yeah, so I thought. So one of them needs rigid body. Well, I guess the planet could be a kinematic rigid body. I mean, it doesn't have a. Doesn't start out with a. Let's get a. Doesn't get a collider, so I don't know if that's gonna work. So make planet kinematic rigid body, and then trash that spaceship. One. Crash hard in the front. Oh, that was terrible. Come on. Do something. Nothing. It can't be that. It's. So my ship's got a rigid body. And so it should include all of its child colliders. That's how it works. It's supposed to be how it works.
unity, rigid body, child object, life. That's it. It's a totally different question. Right. So it sounds like you have this never you have this, you have the parent level rigid body, and it gathers up all of um, the colliders all the way down, and all the children, and treats them as a compound collider. So is that my light? That's that huge thing. Yeah. So these guys will never be informed. The actual spaceship script's probably being informed, but doesn't care. Now I could have the spaceship care, because then it could check what's actually the thing that's being hit and see if it's the thrusters. But I think there's another way of doing it, and if you put in a rigid body on these, which I really don't want to do, and make them kinematic, they shouldn't interfere with their parents. Don't even know if there's any overlap in them, but there is some slight overlap, so I have no idea what's going to occur here. They're both kinematic. The spaceship's not kinematic, so could cause all kinds of mayhem. But it should make the thrusters. I don't think disastrous has happened. Push it. Okay, I've lost control completely. Big Guardian. Thanks. Fucking thanks. It's lost its floor and everything. Ship's hurtling to certain doom, and the Guardian's missing. Oh, it crashed in such a way I'll never know. I'll never fucking know. Lying on the ground. Feet first. Looks like a dead, didn't do shit. Can't even tell what's going on. Is it land? What's happened? Sideways. There's so many gizmos on this thing. So this side. Left. Flip. Right. Level. Left. Easy.
It's like it's landing on the body. Can't even tell. It looks like it's landing on the body of the ship. And these. Nope. Unity really needs to sort out their integration with the physics engine they used off the shelf and never bothered properly implementing into their system. So many little fucked up little nuances to it that they just never bothered. You can't have like children with gliders on it that will be detected because it's swallowed up into the compound or whatever. Update. Any Ouija buddies tonight didn't work. Okay. What did work was adding a rigid body, non-kinematic, and freezing all the rotations and axes on both weapons. That's so goddamn awful. So bad. That's a complete lack of. It's bad. Wait, that's the wrong ship. You don't want that. To have to do this is just the worst. Oops. Oh my god. Ah! There's more buttons in it. Oh, no it didn't. They're flapping in the wind. That's why it's messed up. My ship's up. Change it to me. Thrusters are just flailing in a rainbow direction. Why? They're not kinematic. They're frozen in every rotation. Oh, which means they can't rotate with a goddamn. What about? Unfreezing them all. So dumb. Putting fixed joints on them. Attaching them all to the spaceship. Will that let me get a collision? Shame it. Okay, well. One of my thrusters is broken, that's good. Ooh, bad landing. Yes! It's finally detecting some shit. Wow, Unity, you're fun to play with. It's physics. Let's see how that looks on the ground. Does it look solid? I want to see a better landing. This is a good. I want to put it on something good for dodgy surface. Especially these bloody gizmos, huh? Right. Yeah, see, that would have had trouble landing there before, and it would look really awkward. Looks much better now because the legs stand out from the body. And look at the. Yeah, you can tell it looks pretty decent because. Oh, yeah, when it settles down, the steps look. The ship's far too small. But the steps are sunk in the ground. But the ship is I swear the ship used to be twice as big as it. Wonder what horrible things would happen if I just scale the ship up twice. Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit cozier inside. And I get launched away from it as well. Let's fly. Oh yeah, I can't actually lift off. Full thrusters won't let me lift off. Something's bad's happened to the ship. Is it stuck on itself? Stuck on the ground. Does it weigh too much now? It's possible because I put... It is quite possible because I put real colliders on it that just weighs too much right now. Let me try reducing the mass. So last thing I checked this is like density. Let's try making this weigh a little less. Oh, that was smart, Cash. Yeah. Nope. Everything weird's going on like it feels. Don't spin me. Or barely spin me. So I changed the colliders. And now I landed now. My rockets aren't strong enough to lift me off the ground. So make the rockets more powerful. Doesn't feel like the solution. It is. So my ship must just weigh a shit ton more. How much do I need to improve it by? 5? Is that enough? Yeah, 5 feels okay. I don't know what's going on with spinning. I try to push forward. It's gonna go head over because you shouldn't do that when landing, basically. It's a terrible idea. You go up first, then you go forward. But that just tilts me down. Oh, it's not. There's no center of gravity anymore. Center of gravity's all messed up. Shit. because
I fucked it up because I've effectively attached the thrusters on my landing legs, basically, on with and made them separate rigid bodies. And I put joints to attach them. So now when I apply a force to my spaceship, it's not about the center of gravity, and it's the back ship is too back heavy.
these ones are close to the front, these are way at the back, so this all the way to up here, it applies a force in the middle here, which causes it to turn over itself and nosedive. How the fuck do I work with the center of gravity for the whole thing then? And this is all because I couldn't detect collisions on the legs. It's rubbish. Now there was a way around this. I can't detect the center of gravity. They're separate objects now. So I have to unjoint them. Unrigid body them. Detect the collisions up in the at the spaceship level, I guess. And I guess just feed it down, like something was hit, name was hit. I don't want other dot. Which thing was hit? Which one has the rigid body? I guess I'll have. No, I'm the one with the rigid body. So the collider is the other guy. This should be. I don't know. How do I work out what was hit? What's in the contact points? This collider, other collider. Oh my god. Unity, you piece of crap. This is so gross. I gotta go to contacts, 0 because that's all I got. This collider. There's so many things I want to do. Fix this and make it cleaner, but I can't because my students would not. It's too much to expect of them. Well, that's what it is. Collision. Using these auto-completed names are terrible. This solution is going to confuse the hell out of students as well. Can't see anything. Okay. So I have the information I need. So what I'm going to do is, okay, this collider part is my part of my ship. So part of ship. Other thing. Collider. Other collider. So now I could say if this is exactly what I don't want to do at all. I know, Steve. Okay, this is not horrible. It'll scare all my students, but I'll have it so that the subsystem can have a protected virtual void on collision enter. You can call the proper thing collision. And this thing will be virtual. And I'll just take that virtual, but I can't make it virtual, can I? Yes, I can, because it's using inheritance to pull it. So this will have a virtual on collision enter and maybe leave too. And now anything, then I can say if the thing that was hit, if in ship, I could say if the part of the ship was hit was a subsystem, if bar subsystem equals part of ship collider dot get component ship subsystem. And if that's not no, then I can let it know, let the subsystem know it was hit. And I don't even need to use this whole on collision enter thing at all. I can just say hey subsystem, and then it can have its own thing. But I will do that on collided with. And I can pass it more useful information, like what hit it, which would be the other thing. That's the other thing that hit you, and then also things like collision dot relative speed, which I'm going to be interested in. Relative velocity. Maybe I'm only interested in actually interested in speed. Well, maybe not, because some things might care about being hit head on. Let's just go with speed until I care otherwise. Apply with other thing. The subsystem. Oh. Yeah. On collided with. I like on collision with other. Let's take other object. Speed. Relative speed. And it will be virtual. And that's actually, okay, that's not hideous. And then the only hideous part is I have to do this shit with the contact points, which is gross. Now my thrusters. All this is about getting my thrusters to get hurt, wasn't it? Yeah. This whole damage system I've made was designed for, okay, sure, okay, I'll have a damage definition for it. So I'm gonna need like a minimum impact speed. How hard was hard when I hit the ground? What's a really hard hit? Box glider. Who's got a box glider? I don't think I have any box gliders. Nope, no box gliders here. Must be something at runtime. Well, they all hit it at whatever they were, they hit it. So this looks, I can see what's happening here. When I landed, I don't know how hard I landed, but the first thing to touch hit for 2. That was the front left, and the front left hit for a lot less, then the back right hit for quite a bit, and then the back left, and then it started to settle down. And then it settled down, so I guess something over 2.5 is considered hard. I wasn't really trying to land. We do a proper landing, and we'll do a rough landing and figure out what a bad number should feel like. Let's figure out what bad rough landing feels like. My screen's working. Good enough. Forward a bit. Whoa, steady down, bro. Jesus, those engines are too strong now. Okay, so let's go to a rubbish landing. Boom. So whatever my back left one hit for too hard, that should have caused damage. Back left hit for not 2.9. So anything over 2.5 should. Anything over 2 should do damage. You have to fucking try to land this thing properly. So basically, I'm gonna have my override on collision with. Don't really care what I hit. Whole base anyway. If the thruster, the landing, thruster hit too hard, if the relative speed is greater than or equal to impact damage, impact speed damage threshold. I'll go 2. So you really have to try. Don't fuck up. Now, then I have to apply damage. How is this gonna work? I need that damage to be applied so it actually has damage added to it. So I can't just call add damage here. I need to call it from the damage system. So the damage system of ship damage would be where you apply damage here. So this should be publicly available. Because then I could refer to this and I want the ship which the thruster can access. Landing thruster has access to the ship, right? It does. So it has a ship, and the ship should expose public ship damage as ship damage. And that's just going to return ship damage, which will be out there too. There we go. So now I can grab ship damage and properly apply a thing. Then apply it to the ship from the damage definition, and I ran into a problem. The problem is this. The landing thruster damage definition gets a random fucking damage. I don't want a random damage. It's okay, it's okay. I can use something like this. I'm already in the landing thruster, so it's safe to say it knows how that shit works. So I say, yo, I want to apply damage. Oh, yeah, to just me. And then the create damage comes from the impact damage definition. Dot create damage. And this guy I can set up on the inspector as a guess it's going to be a landing thruster damage definition, but it doesn't really matter. It could be any kind of damage, to be honest. So I'm applying it directly. So let's log it. Let's hit too hard. Took damage. What kind of damage it takes? That's the beauty of having it set up here, is I can make any damage I want. It can be intermittent, it can be completely broken. So if I smash one, it should just break for now. Now in all my thrusters, they take landing thruster damage. No, wait, it's not one. There you go. Landing thruster disabled. If they get hit for more than 2 speed, they're fucked. I should see it on my damage display as well. So let me start my game without any damage now. Get rid of this stuff. Squeaky clean. And I'll try and trash my ship. And if I really fuck up, then I won't be able to take off. Basically, if you trash a ship landing it, then you can't take off, so you got no landing thrusters anymore. Seems fair to me. Okay, I keep forgetting my ship's so light now. Oh shit! Oh god. Yep. Well, there goes everything that I touched. All dead. It happened multiple times though, I need to fix that. One of them's not dead. No, they're all dead. Ooh. Yet. They still seem to be working. Or I'm just rolling around. No, I think it's just... my ship doesn't weigh enough yet. Yeah, I need to stop that multiple damage happening. That's not an easy fix. Damage doesn't... oh, that's not true. It's not true, actually. It totally is kind of an easy fix, because I know... this isn't pulling? Oh, right, yeah, because it is. So, in the landing thruster, when I add the damage here, it does base. Somewhere here I should prevent. This is the only place I could do it. Because I can compare the definitions, and the definitions are the same. And the subsystem's the same. Because an actual damage has a subsystem and a definition. If they're both identical, then you have the same damage. So here, before I add damage, I need to as this is used all over the place. Like, well, there's no harm done here. So if it created damage, it'll be damage collect. It'll be garbage collected. So that's no big deal. Here it does matter. So here I can reject it. If it's seeing damage. Can't type when this lag starts. Damage already exists. So if active damage dot any active damage. If that active damage has the same definition as the damage it's being applied, and its subsystem is the same as this subsystem. Let's have a 2 string. Is this have a 2 string? I think it is. Just for the sake of argument, we do this first, so I can say damage already existed or exists on damage. Fail. Remove, I don't care about, I'm not doing that right now. So now damage is going to be a 2 string. Man, it's going to be such a challenge tomorrow to distill this down so I can teach it. Definition dot damage type. That's like something is something. If it has a subsystem, it should do. Our subsystem even. Right, let's roll the ship around again. You make this ship a bit heavier again. Mass 1. Just make the mass 1. You make my little engines stronger. Like 5. Well, they were. I did find a good number for those. I forgot to save it. That's the problem. There we go. Just be a skittish now. Good God, no, that's strong. It's too strong. I'm never gonna land this, right? Not 5. What changed? Maths 1 was couldn't take off when it was 1.5. That's 3. Just not make any effort to land. Yep. I would consider that a shitty landing. Something survived. My back right one. So I can break that. I'm sure I can find a way. There it goes. Alright. Duplicate damage is fixed. Impact damage added. And cigarette. And all those things. I'm not seeing any mention of duplicate damage being ignored though. Didn't I just add that? The fuck? Debug.log. Is it what? Okay, so Front leg hit too hard, took damage. Took damage. No mention of duplicate damage anywhere, even though that should have. No. Did I not hit it hard enough again? I don't think I did. That was a bad test. I didn't hit it. Crashed twice. It's kind of hard to. I need to drop myself twice. I'll just smash myself to the ground. Roll around for a while. On you go. Face plant. Boom, they're dead. Back ones work. God. Ah! Oh. Bleh. Okay, I'm gonna try to break the front ones again. Back up. And crash. Oh god, okay, this makes me feel sick after all. Okay, that should be some ignore damage. Yep, okay, it does work. Thank fuck for that. So ignoring damage is working. Oh yeah, I already destroyed those. Maybe they should be a little bit more forgiving. Like 225 or something. 3. Just learn not to crash so much. It's like the game is going to be real short. Simple as that. Alright, let's log check this stuff in. So do impact damage. Done. Like it say if you hit the ship, like hit the ship really hard, then it just randomly does some damage to some systems in you. Like your screens or your computer or something. Impact damage. Thrusters. Check. So before I carry on, I need to fix damage. And have a cigarette. I'll think about the fixing part. I'm not going to smoke. Back in a minute. Each. Project. Alright, I want a bunch of stuff here. I want damaged subsystems. Just type this out once. Alright, let's look what to do here. Damaged subsystems, smoke, and catch fire, ending on damage. Player has repair gun or wrench/wrench. That's called repair gun. Makes most sense. Because you can aim it at something. Repair gun needs energy. Needs scrap metal. Spawn scrap metal all over the planet surface. Aiming and firing at damaged systems. There's then that uses scrap. And for progression of the game, I'm going to have it so warp drive starts out empty. Warp drive recharges while landed. Warping takes you to a newly randomized planet. Damage taken while warping. What do you do if you can't land? It's screwed, really. Hopefully you just plummet to the planet. Pick it up from there. Damage taken while warping, random damage taken all the time. Creaking and groaning sounds all the time. Crashing, booming, explosion sounds on random, on damage taken. Yeah. So you have to land, fix all the inevitable damage, but your damage doesn't take him to landed. Damage not taken while landed. Same as it's charging. There's a game loop right there, I think. that covers all of this. Pretty much all of that and that. Yeah, that's everything. It's a lot to add. One step at a time. Let's do some of the stuff that doesn't require VR. Let's do spawn scrap metal all over the surface. Give them a repair gun. Use a scrap metal. Aiming and firing at damaged systems repairs them. I can do most of that without messing with the other. 11 hours. Right? Need a repair gun. And I guess hands. Visible while not in the ship. So let's find some scrap metal. Asset store time. Debris. Scrap. Metal. I can just use anything for now. Let's take some barrels or some shit. Some scrap junk. Here we go. This could do for scrap metal. Just this shit lying all over the place. That'll do. Definitely need some textures on the planet. Everything sort of like came from the bottom somewhere. Let's go to barrels. So step one. Scrap metal all over the place. This should be pretty easy to spawn. So on my planet, I'll have a script called planet object spawner. Now planet, when does this generate? Does this generate in a wake? Let's start, of course it is. And needs to happen in a wake. Will not cause me any problems. Hopefully not. Doesn't seem to, so now on my planet, I put my planet object spawner. It's going to need to know the size of this planet. How far away is the ship? Is the planet centered? Centered? Yes. So the ship is about 150 up. So we'll say 100 totally far enough? Yeah, 100 out and then aim in. So start will, for each piece of each object to be spawned. So I'll have a for each of var object to spawn in objects spawn. This will be a little array of objects to spawn. An array of those objects to spawn. Make a type class public serializable. This can actually be private and nested, and it will have to have a rigid body, so we'll call it public rigid body and object and public int of min number and max number. Suppose all of these things to spawn, and then for each calculate how many of the objects to spawn. Number equals random range of the object to spawn min. Max. Now spawn each object. I is less than the number. Create the object. Spawn object. Instantiate the object to spawn dot object. Move. So how's this gonna work? It's gonna spawn it at the. Let's try it back in a minute.